Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, and welcome to the 1 year anniversary of the world's gone insane. Let's talk about it. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's episode 52. We have closed 1 year of the world's greatest podcast that you've never heard of and can't be asked to watch. And what a ride it's been. We have covered some crazy shit along the way. This podcast has caused a lot of controversy among our own along the way, some fallouts, some confusion, and all I could say is I don't care. I'm very proud of the work that we've done. It's been a lot of effort put in by people, especially me and Sam, who actually, like to gather as many resources as we can. And I've had a lot of
Old
fun
school,
doing
baby.
it. And because me and Sam just never shut up about politics, it was the logical thing to do to come and do, uh, at least a small part of our channel to cover politics. Let's face it, there isn't a single nerd channel. Well, I mean, there's plenty, but let me just be dramatic and Greek for a minute. So there's not enough Greek nerd channels. I mean, there's plenty of nerd channels that are very political. Some have grifted their way through life doing the politics stuff, namely all the crybabies like the Fandom Menace people and all of that.
The
Not
red
going
pill
to them.
fuckers. Yeah.
The red pill fuckers and all this kind of shit. There's not enough kind of counter to that. And so we kind of wanted to be the counter to that as well, or the more logical to it, because it can be people on our side that are just a little bit high strung and stupid with it as well. And so we like to be the kind of, hey, don't you dare. No, out, out. Right.
I mean,
Sorry, cat
there could
right my
be
wife.
stuff that can be criticized even on maybe on our side of the political fence, but it's not necessarily to do with certain aspects. It's more to do with what we're watching and is it written well, is it portrayed well, is it acted well when it comes to maybe a movie, not because there's four women in it and one of them happens to be black. That's just not a criticism in my opinion. A
No.
criticism is, are they any good? That's the criticism. Was it
Yeah.
entertaining? Was it funny? All of that sort of stuff. If it's crap and it's got four women and one of them happens to be black, then it's crap, regardless of it having four women and one of them happens to be black.
Yeah, exactly. So we like to take, and again, there are criticisms that are valid towards, like, Hollywood's approach in recent years and all this kind of stuff. But we like to take the because our side is the one that kind of supports the diversity and all this kind of shit. It's better to hear it from us because we don't have an agenda. We're just gonna rip your shit apart because it sucks, or we'll
Yep.
praise it because it's good and laugh at people having a meltdown because they need to hate it, otherwise they won't make any money. And they've exposed themselves as such in their own live streams, saying, we've got to stick to this because it's the only way we make money. If I do anything else, I'm not going to make money. It's like, well, okay, you're not really principled then. You just, you don't have any principles. Money talks, bullshit walks. So that being said, we are here. We've closed the 1 year. And yeah, I've had a cracking time. Thank you to Zam and to Christine and to Gary. They were kind of big participants, and Jose and Peter when they've chimed in. Um, yeah, they've been the only real good contributors here. If I've missed anyone out, I don't really care. You're not relevant. And on that note, let's rock and roll. Get right into it. TOD. Oh, and I want to thank my commenters as well who come in here every week and participate and say silly things, say great things, and we all have a fun together. This show wouldn't be possible without all of you as well. Otherwise, it would just be me and Zam just talking to each other, and Christine and Gary talking to each other, and it just wouldn't be as much fun. So, thank you to everyone that comments on our live streams as well. It is very much appreciated.
Yes,
Uh,
sir.
Zam, anything you want to add before we crack on?
Yeah,
Thank you.
this is for me is who I was when I first started YouTube. Obviously we did all the atheist stuff initially, where because all three of us in this room right now happen to be atheists, but it was also politically driven as well. I was always that particular person. I can't help but speak my mind and mention particular things if I feel they're out of place. It's never going to not be me, and I'm very happy that we have this particular show to express ourselves and talk about all the shit that's going on in the world and all the stupidity, as well as commend stuff which we do appreciate too. So we're not just about hating.
Yeah, and funnily enough, Rick, lovely to hear that you're naked. I hope your little boys are floating away nicely, and you've given them a good scrub and shined them well. Nothing better than a cleaner scrote. But funnily enough, as we say, so Christine is in the chat. She's also with her friend Joe there at the and they are at an atheist convention. And it's quite funny that here we are with this podcast that mainly focuses on politics, and it's exactly like Zam said. It's how we came into being in YouTube. We were politics first, everything else was second, and here we are on a 1 year anniversary with people that were there from the very beginning in terms of our YouTube journey. At two of them at an atheist convention, which was kind of what spearheaded us getting into YouTube in the first place. So it's funny how things just kind of come back full circle, and we've rekindled a lot of friendships that have fallen by the wayside as a result of this podcast. We've had people come in and join us that we barely talked to over the years because you just kind of do your own thing, you drift apart, no animosity and all of this kind of stuff. And it's great, it's great. It's kind of brought people together. It's driven one or two away, but I ain't going to lose any sleep over that.
Well, like I met you at an atheist convention 14 years ago now. The YouTube Atheist Meetup of 2010. I met Chris at a little atheist get together of just with myself. Forgot the other dude's name, and D Land and Cole.
Thank you, TLD.
And we got together,
lad.
And the funny thing is that once we kind of like, the problem with like our atheist community back in the day is that once we stopped maybe having a go at particular religious individuals who are absolutely crazy, like Shocker God and stuff like that, we ended up doing infighting, and then more infighting than ever, and then that ended up kind of destroying the community, in my opinion, and we all became more friends on Facebook than anything else. But it wasn't until people like myself and cousin Cheeto, also known as Milktoast Gaming, kind of got together a bit because we were fans of wrestling, and we were in that community too. And then we decided, why don't we just make a channel and just talk about stuff we like? And then I came across other people I knew from the atheist community just to like join us in other things outside of politics and atheism, and talk about things we enjoy, like wrestling and movies and video games and TV shows and stuff like that. And that's how a lot of us have come back together again, and it's really cool. And we still talk about these other subjects as well, because that's what started us off in the first place. So we got the best of everything.
Yeah, and we do have a couple of. I've got two on gaming and one on TV. Actually, two, because it's wrestling stuff to kind of talk about as well. I forgot to put it on the docket. But yeah, I mean, this channel was started by Zam and Cheeto, and it's kind of just become this thing, and it's probably the most inclusive channel you'll probably see, because the amount of people we've brought in, everyone gets a chance, everyone gets the opportunity to kind of do their thing, and they stick around, great. If they don't, it's all good. And
call us Nazis, it's no problem.
Call us Nazis, have a meltdown over one person who contributes beautifully, by the way, and messaged me the other day on Facebook to say, "Oh, how are you feeling any better? Because I was off ill last week." But no, apparently he's a Nazi. Sorry, Rick, mein Führer. He has risen. All the atheists need to convert to Christianity for the Easter. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. For this weekend, I'll eat all the Easter eggs. And that's about it. Gluttony, I shall participate in gladly. However, plot twist, it's not my Easter. It's everyone else's Easter. The Greek Easter is not for another month.
Oh, you're Orthodox.
Yeah, my family is Orthodox, so we have the...
Let's do both, Orthodox mate. Easter. Do both, for fuck's sake.
I did do both. I'm just saying, like, well, we don't do like whatever people meant to do on the English Easter, which what is they just eat fucking chocolate anyway. So I am doing that.
Take the holidays,
But
eat chocolate, have a leg of lamb, maybe. I don't know.
yeah, but the Greek Easter is like the biggest fucking celebration because, like, again, Orthodox, they don't really only up until recently they know for a fact Jesus wasn't born around Christmas. They know it wasn't recognized in the Orthodox calendar. That's why New Year's was celebrated more than Christmas was and all that. It's only more like, capitalism overrules God. So that's now why Christmas is a big thing in Greece, where it never used to be. And Easter was like the big day for Greeks because, number one, the weather's better. And number two, it's barbecue season, baby. That's when barbecue season officially starts. When the Greek Easter starts, because you take a whole lamb and you barbecue that mofo all day long, and then you feast. You break your fast because you're meant to fast for 40 days before that, and that means
40
going
days.
40 days as a full-on vegan. Ramadan's the same. Ramadan
Is
and
it sunset, sunrise? Is
follow
it
each
the same
other
shit?
pretty much. Huh?
Is it sunset, sunrise as well? Like, is that how you break
Oh
your
no.
fast?
So Ramadan is sunset, sunrise, whereas the Greek Easter is you have to basically you're vegan for 40 days. No meat, no dairy, none of that. So yeah, you meant just and it's a
You're
good cleanse
vegan.
for
Okay, no.
the body. Yeah, you have to be vegan. No meat, no dairy, none of that for 40 days. And then you go to church, you do you do the Friday thing, then Saturday you do what we call the epitafio, and that's when they walk the grave of Jesus around, which is a great big like flowery thing. You walk around, then other people walk under it, and then you do your Christos Anesti, and then once that's done, you go home, have soup, then you wake up the next day and you eat like a motherfucker. You gorge on lamb, you destroy. People eat like there's no tomorrow, and that's the Greek Easter.
My aunt's Greek
Oh,
Orthodox.
Abby Normal, my honey bunny. How are you? Welcome.
Welcome.
What a pleasant
Oh my god!
surprise.
Look, I haven't seen her in ages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can hear me talk about Easter all day. Well, there you go. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. Yeah.
Bye.
Welcome.
Yeah,
See?
I'll send her the NerdTube link so she can hear you talk about other stuff as well in the future.
Yeah. Subscribe to NerdTube if you like all the nerdy stuff. Abby, it's all here. It's all on this channel here. Of course, we are streaming from my own channel as well because that always brings people in as well. And so, yeah, feel free to subscribe and, you can always join in the conversation with us on Fridays if you want to as well. You're more than welcome on screen. And with that all being said, hello, just like a Free Palestine. I'm going to leave that up here. Leave that there. That's it. Right there. Yes, I agree, Hassan Shah. Free Palestine. Yes. Speaking of Palestine, we're going over to America now. And Zam, what did you do? You broke a bridge this week, didn't you? You fat piece of shit.
I don't build bridges. I break them and burn them. And sorry, that's a bit of a bad joke considering what happened in Baltimore the other day. I'm trying to look for the actual video of it actually because it's quite astonishing what actually did happen because a container ship hit the bridge and it destroyed it. And if you've seen the video, it's quite remarkable because like the whole bridge collapsed, and I've never seen anything like this because you would expect maybe a certain part of the bridge to still be held up because the container didn't hit that part of the bridge, but the whole goddamn thing collapsed. I did find the clip. I'm just gonna put it up now.
Oh, you found it? Okay, I was just gonna look
Yeah.
for it now. Let's
okay.
Hey, maybe he crashed into it. Yeah, he was probably on the boat trying to get away.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
between the
Oh, Abby, you lurk. Wonderful. Well, keep lurking, Abby. It's cool. Look at that.
The whole thing was incredible.
That is just.
Here, look, there it is. Just hitting it there on the left.
Oh no, there's cars there.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
unfortunately
there's
it was about
quite a
6 or
few
7
people that
cars
lost
on
their
there.
lives.
Yeah.
Construction workers.
All right.
God, bloody typical of you lot, Rick. Crashing into bridges, killing people. The Indians can't drive
And
for shit.
I've heard of a white captain who was just drunk off his tits hitting a bridge. What does that mean there, Rick B?
Well, that's the thing, Chris. There's unfortunately, because of this incident making the news, the conspiracy theories that have been flying out the windows because of this incident, it's been non-stop, and people have just been taking advantage, obviously, to for political reasons, to have go at people like Joe Biden and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, even though it's got nothing to do with them. It was an accident. It's kind of plain and simple. Some things are not necessarily conspiracies, but they have been coming out. Apparently this is a transportation issue, but this is an accident of a boat hitting a bridge. The bridge itself is a problem because bridges like that shouldn't be falling apart. And you can maybe have an issue regarding the infrastructure of a bridge like that, because they should be built differently so they don't fall apart like that. But the boat did hit
the
it.
bridge. So the bridge was built in the 1970s, and what you're meant to do now, so what modern bridges do is they have, I forgot what they're called, but they have these special kind of parameters. Is it angel wings or something like that they're called? But they have these special parameters designed for this reason. So if a ship hits it, it doesn't collapse a bridge like that. And of course,
Dolphin something. It's called dolphin.
Dolphins. That's it. Thank you. Yeah. Not angels. Dolphins. Yes. Yeah, that's it. So the dolphins are meant to, stop this kind of stuff from happening. Obviously, they didn't put that in there. And the ship. Look, there was a malfunction. It had a power outage, and the captain followed protocols, which is you're meant to drop anchors down to kind of help with your steering a bit better. But unfortunately, one anchor dropped quicker than the other one, and that threw the ship off course, which is the reason why it steered it into the thing. And this is what we had the tragedy that happened. But that being said, there was huge issues with the shipping company anyway, because there's been like whistleblowers that have been fired for raising concerns about captains being drunk, ships like fire safety equipment, evacuation boats not working, all this kind of stuff. And of course, to protect the dollar, this is what happens. And see, this is what happens when this is libertarianism, by the way. This is what I keep telling. This is what libertarians live on, this weird cloud where they don't acknowledge that this is what companies are going to do. They're not moral, they're not good, they're just about protecting the bottom line. And the bottom line here was, if we do these fixes, it costs money. We don't want to do that. Maximize profits.
Hey, I just like to add to what you just said, Penny. What gets me, I'm not a libertarian, but I actually figured out that if you actually go by the principles that they pretend to believe in, regulation would be required, right? Because the whole point of regulation is to protect you from me and me from you. So the whole point is to say, okay, we're going to draw some bright lines and say, hey, if I, because of my malfeasance or my neglect or incompetence, I don't take proper steps and you are injured, then using the libertarian lingo, I have exacted force against you, right? And so the whole point of regulation is to say, hey, look, we live in a society where we're all doing things. It's impossible for us not to exert force on each other at times. The point is, where's the point where it becomes egregious, right? And so that's what regulation is for. But libertarians like to ignore that part because at the end of the day, libertarians, what they really care about is they don't want any obligations. They don't give a shit about anybody else. They just want all the benefits of society, and they don't want any obligations themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a really good comment here.
Thank you. Damn, you beat me to it. Yeah. First trains, then planes, now bridges and ships. This is what we get from so much deregulation. Yeah.
Something
Yep.
Trump was bragging about, by the way, during his presidency, about the amount of deregulation. And this is regarding libertarianism and just capitalism in general. In general, when they have an issue with the government run of everything, well, my issue with privatization is that when they run shit, they don't necessarily invest in anything, but they want to fucking keep all the money for themselves. And that's the problem with privatization. And that's you see it in lots of shit like this. You see even in my country, our trains are run down. Everything is falling apart because of privatization, because the bottom dollar matters first. And the only time they ever invest in anything is when things fuck up. Not before it fucks up, it's when it fucks up.
Yeah. And so again, a prime example here is if you see me picking my nose, because one of my moustache hairs is tickling it and it's really annoying.
Yeah, I know how that feels.
But one of the issues, so again, over here in the UK, Thames Water, the biggest water company here, of course, we privatized our water here, like everywhere. And they're so badly run, they're making such losses that the government is threatening to renationalize Thames Water. And Thames Water are like, look, we need to raise funds to plug the holes. But in order to do that, we need to raise the water bills by 46%. And the government, surprisingly, is like, fuck no, you're not doing that. I don't care where you get the money from, but you're not raising people's bills. You've got to find it, i.e., you shareholders that have robbed this company blind and siphoned off all the cash, stole all the money, you could dip into your own pockets and pay for it. But of course, that never happens with privatization. So hopefully, Thames Water will end up getting privatized. And because
nationalized, you mean?
Nationalized, like it should be. And it just shows you time and time again that the neoliberal model does not work. It just doesn't work. Public utilities should never be privatized.
Especially since, I mean, what makes it puts the icing on the cake is that if they were actually held accountable, so hey, you have to provide this certain level of service, and if you don't, you're going to get fined. Basically, you're going to compensate the people for where you failed. It might not be so bad, but they don't ever do that, right? They just walk away with the money. So I wouldn't have a problem with it if, again, the accountability was there, but they just don't have the accountability regime because, of course, they're all bought off by the people who are going to be making all the money.
Yeah, and that's that. So again, and it's not just there's no accountability; it's not sustainable either, because you're keeping all the profits, and then you want the government to give you more money to reinvest to expand your system, but that's never happening. And you just have to look at the state of our trains here or in the USA. It's more just that the car lobby has blocked any kind of expansion of the train system. Like you in the US, you literally have trains that are worse than like African countries. They have better run trains than the United States does. South American countries have better. Like America has one of the worst train systems in the fucking world, period. And that's because, again, that one is because the car lobby has blocked any kind of investment, any kind of building and of the railway system over there, expanding the railway system and all this kind of stuff. And over here in the UK, it's just money for your friends, and the service doesn't improve. It goes up every year without fucking fail. In the 14 years of the Tory government, and let's be clear, it's even under Labour, it was going up ridiculous. But in the 14 years, it's gone up nearly 60%, the ticket prices. And it's ridiculous. Whereas if they were in public ownership, if they were nationalized, we wouldn't have all this fucking bullshit. Because yeah, go on, Joe.
Well, I was going to say, one of the problems, like here, like to your point, like in the late 90s, early 2000s, what ended up happening with Amtrak, because Amtrak is kind of like a public-private hybrid weird thing. We have a bunch of such things. But basically, there were a lot of areas like in rural America, or even some of the smaller cities, where basically they said, well, this route isn't profitable, so we're going to cut the service. But like the whole point is not to make profit; it's supposed to provide service to the people, but because they, even though it was a somewhat public utility, they still started using a business model, which is why anytime some right winger here tells me that we should run government like a business, I tell them go fuck themselves. But also, since I do a lot of work in private companies, I'm like, you ever seen the way a lot of private companies are run? A lot of them are shit.
Well, exactly. I mean, just look at your company. But yeah, I mean, look, anything that the public needs, be it water, housing, trains, transport. Well, trains. I won't say all transportation. Now, everyone has a right to private ownership of a car and all this kind of stuff. And taxis are essential as well for journeys and all this kind of stuff. But buses, trains, what am I looking at? Water, housing, food are essential things that shouldn't be in
electricity, heating.
That's the one I couldn't find. Yeah, electricity, broadband as well. These are all necessities for life, and they should be government owned. Okay, right. Government run. That's what it used to be over here. The government used to. And then with great services, but then neoliberalism happened. Thatcher happened, and then everything was just like privatize the fuck out of everything. Yeah. The only thing left standing now is the NHS, and that's on its way out.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I've had some Brits try to tell me that the Democrats and the Tories are the same. I'm like, oh no. The Tories are very. The only thing different between the Tories and the Republican Party is religion. The Tories are religious.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's just a religion. I mean, in terms of everything else, economics, especially.
No. I think socially, the Democrats in America are far more left wing than the Tories are.
You meant Republicans. You said Democrats by accident.
No. I was just regarding. I know that, but I was just comparing the Democrats to the Tories because I used to think that, but I think the Democratic Party in America is way more liberal, way more left wing on social issues, whilst the Tories are far from that, especially now. And I'm very happy that you mentioned that. But I got something to show you regarding the Tory
Party. Can you just 1 second, Sam? I just want to go to some comments, and then we'll go to your thing.
Just setting up.
Thames Water is my provider, and the boss yesterday refused to rule out bill increases. Apparently, they need to go up, but the government's saying no, you can't fucking do that because that's political suicide for us. Kind of thing. We heard for weeks about the train incident here in East Palestine, Ohio, but fixes or accountability have never been mentioned since. No, of course not. And they've blocked any kind of like suing or court thingies, or I can't remember the words. And America should be an amazing cross-country train system, but it doesn't. Trains over here suck too. European train systems are very good and have reasonably priced tickets. Yeah, they do.
They do. I showed a clip of that the other week on this show regarding the difference in rail fares, which is like you might as well fly to your destination here in the UK than take a train. It'll probably be cheaper.
Yeah, it is. It literally is. Like you can't. I'll give you a prime example. So if you want to do London to Manchester and say you want to leave tomorrow or next week, it'll cost you just one way. It's like £150.
Ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous. It's quicker flying. Well, it's quicker by car really because it's not that. Manchester's only 2.5 hours if you drive like I do. Anyway, all right, Zam, fine then, mate. Sorry.
Okay, our first moment of levity during the course of this show. We'll need a few of them. We're going to be talking some serious matters. Here we go.
Yesterday, on GB News, we had someone on telling a Thatcher anecdote.
I was in the Ritz, and they were taking the order for the main course, and they all ordered beef or lamb or fish. And the waiter said to Margaret, "And the vegetables?" She said, "They'll have the same as me."
That old joke.
Lovely story.
Well,
That's great.
It's true, yes.
It isn't. It is a spitting
Yeah,
image.
it's
The most famous
The
one.
most famous one that has ever been played.
yeah.
The most famous satirical sketch on television. Here it is.
Would you like to order, sir?
Yes, I will have a steak.
How'd you like it?
Oh, raw, please.
And what about the vegetables?
Oh, they'll have the same as me.
It's just fabulous that a GB
incredible.
News contributor sort of passes that off as Thatcher at a dinner at the Ritz.
I love it. We actually had
got
context, we had location,
Yeah,
we had
exactly.
cutlery. Can I tell you my
She had a raw
favourite?
steak.
Yeah.
My favourite Thatcher anecdote, which is courtesy of Nick Robinson, funny enough, at BBC News, was on the day that she died. And there was, as you can imagine, a very
in the Ritz.
and as you can imagine, the BBC is trying desperately hard to do an absolutely even-handed obit, which was, this was the great things, this was the damage. And Nick Robinson has done the first package, the report that they play after the headline's been announced. And it started, love her or loathe her, Margaret Thatcher was a visionary. And somebody didn't fade up the first bit. So the package just went, loathe her.
Yesterday, we had someone on.
That's
Brilliant.
awesome.
So I love
That
that,
is
you know,
brilliant.
because this guy's obviously he's got his memory mixed up with spitting image. It's so
Yeah.
Real quick on UK Rail. I did partake of it when I've been over there. The it was good. The only thing that shocked me is that in London to get a 3-day pass was literally double the price of getting a similar pass in New York City.
Yep.
Yeah. It's expensive. It costs you, if you want just a season rail ticket for the year, it's like close to like £1,300, which is $1,500 just for annual travel. It's better. It's better, but size has nothing to do with it because China has one of the world's best rail systems, and it's all public owned. It's all very cheap to run. America just has the car lobby that has stopped because, like, you don't. It's not even don't just think of America La Grande, okay? LA, the amount of times in California they tried to push to create an expansive railway system just within the state. And then, like, fucking Gavin Newsom, or Puppy Newsom, as I call him, just the car lobby just walks in. It's like, no. And he's like, okay. And he's not the only one. I'm just giving you, an example. They all want to invest, but then the car lobbies are coming in and they're just like, oh, no, you don't. They're like, I like this money. And so they don't.
And I'll tell you what, LA, could desperately use a public transportation system worth a damn because they've got, New York traffic can be bad. Boston traffic can be bad, even Chicago, but LA is just incredibly insane because what they have as public transportation is a joke.
Yeah, exactly. And it needs it'll cost them less. Like it's fucking ridiculous that they allow the car lobby to hold so much sway when they could easily, if they had a spine or they didn't care about short-term gains through like bribery, basically. Why call it anything else? Okay, they could easily turn around and say, look, if we invest in this ship, build a top-notch rail system, it'll cost us less. It will cost people less money. It will be less expensive because there won't be traffic. There won't be late for work. There won't this, that, pollution, blah, blah, blah. So many arguments can be made for it, but you just need the right person in there to just say, fuck the car lobbies. We're doing this. But sadly, everyone's bought and paid for.
We have the same problem here with water. Like New York City has really good water because it gets its water from upstate New York. But if you look at, I was in Florida last year for a family wedding. The water is undrinkable. It is absolutely. It tastes and smells like swamp water. It's nasty, and there's so many places where it's like that. And the thing is, I looked into the numbers. If we were to take the amount of money we spend in 10 years on bottled water, you could in 10 years that would be the turnover time. If we spent that money on actually upgrading the water system, then we'd have high quality water for double that time, but we don't do it because there's no political will.
Yeah.
So Nestle, in this case, it's like Nestle and Fuji or Fiji and all these other, piece of shit people robbing all the water and charging us for our own fucking water.
Yeah, which is just fucking ridiculous that should be allowed. Like, one of the first things I will do, I'll just be like, no, I'm sorry, we're not selling bottled water on the mass that we are. It will go to the highest bidder, and that's it. The rest of it is just getting invested into our own clean systems. Because here as well, they cut regulations, and we went from a country that had blue flag beaches to now having record numbers of sewage dumped in our rivers and our seas. Fucking what's the shit? What's the diseases you get when you swim in sewage? Is it diphtheria?
Yeah.
Things like
Cholera,
that. Cholera.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, it's come back in record numbers since then. But then again, so have so many Victorian diseases because we're basically the UK is a fucking third world country now, and because fantastic, and it's just shocking how it's just they don't treat water. I mean, look at the whole thing like Flint, Michigan. What happened up in Flint, Michigan with the people fucking drinking lead. Because of how they move the water pipes from one lake to another, and they use fucking lead pipes and all this shit. And people, but that was under Obama's administration, and nothing has been done about it since.
Well, it was actually under that wasn't a federal thing. That was the state, and that was a Republican.
That was a state thing. But what I mean is, Obama went there. He went to Flint, pretended to drink a glass of their water. It was all fucking kabuki theater bollocks. And he did nothing about it either. And, people that are meant to go to... There's a whole mess. Like, if you look at the channel Status Coup, Jordan Chariton has been relentless with covering Flint, Michigan, like, in every way conceivable. Like, he's the only fucking person that... It was the first one there. He's the only one that's been doing it for 14 years, non-stop. And it's just a shit show. It's just tragic.
The problem, one of the big problems in the U.S. here when it comes to stuff like that is that the fact that, like, at the federal level, in order to basically take over a state and basically force them to do stuff, it requires Congress. The president can't unilaterally do anything. So the problem is that if the state has supremacy and on the state level matters. And Congress can override it under certain circumstances. But, of course, when we've had split government for the last 12 years, that it's basically impossible that no one's actually, because you're not going to get any Republicans to vote for it. And any Democrats who are on the center or right-leaning Democrats are not going to vote for it either. So basically, any president, even if he want to do something, he doesn't have any authority to do it. We're kind of stuck.
Yeah. Look,
we're in the UK. It doesn't, and I could be wrong. It doesn't seem like you have that same set level of separation like we do here.
No, we don't, because like when one government, if a government has a majority here, they just make the decisions. It's very rare that they get defeated on it. There are some things that need to run through all parties, but because this country is absolutely moronic and the Tories had such a high margin of seats, they were able to just destroy everything at record levels, especially when they got a huge majority in 2019.
Right.
And this is why we've just accelerated the destruction of this country as a result. And everyone is like, oh, how could this happen? How did this happen? It was like, well, you all colluded along with 4 other countries to bring down Corbyn. Why? Because he threatened capital. Because he was like, let's all calm down. Everyone's getting a bit greedy here. Let's, renationalize shit, build some council houses. Let's get shit back to normal. And he wasn't even going to fucking tax people like a crazy amount. He was just going to tax people a proportionate amount, the rich people and all that. But even that, they were fucking having a meltdown over it. It's just ridiculous, guys.
Isn't there a talk for them to renationalise Thames Valley water? Because I've been reading about.
I've been reading about that recently. In like,
Yeah, we just covered that earlier. You
sorry,
weren't here at the time. Yeah,
sorry,
that's
sorry.
okay. You didn't know. Yeah, we covered it earlier that they're threatening to because they want to raise our water bills by 46%, and the Tories are saying, "Fuck, you're not doing that. Find the money elsewhere."
It's shocking they said that. It's shocking the Tories agreed to that. I mean, you would have thought they would have been all in.
Suicide if they allow that to happen. They're screwed anyway. And yeah, but I'm surprised as you that they're like, no, we're not going to. You're not allowed to do that. You can't rate. You can't.
Well, see, they're evil but not stupid.
Yeah, they're evil. They're not stupid. You know that. This is why they keep pushing the Rwanda thing, because that's a perfect distraction, because anti-immigration sentiment here is huge, and so that's why you only keep seeing them talking about Rwanda. Everything else,
immigration issue is always an issue. It's
Yeah.
something.
So
easy to deal with.
Exactly.
Easy to talk about. Easy to make an
It's
issue
a
out of it.
low-hanging fruit for the idiots to take the bait and be distracted and all this kind of stuff. And talking of idiots, go on, Sam. Sorry, go on.
No. I mean, if you want to go on, I've got a nice TikTok here of.
Well, before you do that, just really quick say the one big difference here is that the U.S. Republicans are evil and stupid.
Yeah.
Well, I got.
What would you do with all the illegal migrants coming in? House them. What can you do? We're blowing up their fucking countries. Hello, look what we're doing look what's happening in Palestine. Look what we did to Libya. Look what's going on in fucking
Ukraine,
Congo, Ukraine, Sudan, Somalia,
Syria.
Nigeria, Algeria. You know, pick a fucking country, and us and the Americans and the French are there fucking it up. So we cannot say, and I'd make it perfectly clear. I'd say, like, you can thank your bourgeois leaders for blowing up their fucking countries. This is why you got so many people in dinghies. They're bloody desperate to get here because they think life is better here. Life isn't better here because this government has destroyed literally every institution. Now, I had an argument with Richard Godby here. Okay, I don't know if you guys know him.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, right. I had an argument with him a few years ago saying that privatizing universities and putting people in student debt is not only immoral, it's going to create huge losses for universities because people can't afford to go to university. It's going to put them off. And that means there's going to be stagnation in universities receiving funding because they're going to be expecting the funding to come from the students rather than the government. And they're going to run out of money. And what fucking got declared this year? Universities are going bankrupt. They have no money. So yet again, I'm arguing with a centrist who thinks that they think with capital only. And it's just like, no, this is a good thing. It will mean universities will get more money. I'm like, no, it isn't, because this is and this. And there you go. Even the universities are broke.
What's ridiculous about that? All they do is look at the United States over the last 40 years. I mean,
well, exactly, but it doesn't. It didn't. That's what I contend. So you're happy with him to get saddled with debt, people to get saddled with massive debt, and I said we're not like the United States here. People are just not going to go to university because here you are not beholden. You are not held captive in that you have to go to university to get any kind of like job. Here in the UK, you can start from bottom and work your way up. You can just go and volunteer at companies and learn their system and then move on. Like where I work, we get in a lot of volunteers, and all our volunteers learn a lot of new skills, and now they go off. They work for the council. They work for other charities in paid roles. They work for the fucking government and all this kind of stuff. So less students going to university means less money for the universities. And because the universities rely on money from the students and the government's like, nah, we're cutting your funding anyway, the universities are going bankrupt.
Yeah. Guys, if I was not an engineer, I only finished paying off my student loans when I was 47, and I'm 55 now. And
Say that again.
I was I only my final payment on my student loans when at age 47. I'm 55 now, so we're only talking 8 years ago. And if it was not for the fact that I was an engineer making good money, I'd probably still be paying. And when I was and there was a point in a lot of my younger life, I was on my ass financially, and a big part of it was student loans.
Yeah, it's the introduction to your eternal debt trap, which is capitalism 101. It's designed to trap you. And before I bang on, Gaz, you had your hand up. Then I'll go to the comments, and then we'll crack on.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad that when I graduated uni, it was just before like top-up fees and all the rest of the stuff that made it like super expensive. I mean, it was expensive enough. It was like 20 odd grand or something like that just to do my course. But after I graduated, I think it went up by about 10 or 20 grand. It went to like 40 grand. I'm like, who the fuck to pay to that? Unless you're like one of these FTSE 100 guys who like getting in like some big companies. No way you could afford to pay that.
Quick question for Gaz. So that 20 grand, was that for the entire time, or was that a year?
That's for the entire 3 years I was at uni.
Gotcha. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, we're talking, and I went to college in the 80s, and my first year was $16,000 for each semester, and then
oh my god.
And then from the final 3 years was 20 grand a year. And again, this was the late 80s.
Jesus fucking my
Christ.
God. So when I went to university, thank you, Tony Blair, that's when the student loans came in. So again, my generation was the first
the Labour Party bringing that in.
Yes.
To get hit with the student debt. My brother was given grant, not loans. He was given grant to go off and study and all this. I was saddled with debt. And of course, I made the conscious efforts to say, I'm never going to pay off this debt. I am just, because it doesn't like, I've taken out loans for other things and all this. It doesn't affect you in any way, shape, or form from doing anything else. And I said, any job I get, I'll just pay the bare minimum that gets taken from my wages, which is basically £50, and that's it. And my debt, from what I've seen, because I haven't had a letter from the student loan company, usually they send me an annual statement. I haven't had a letter from them in 6 or 7 years. And I'm working where I'm working now, and they haven't taken any money. So essentially, I think they've written off my debt. And
I hope they don't watch this video.
What's that?
Let's hope they're not watching this.
Oh, it doesn't matter if they are, whatever. I'm still going to pay the bare minimum.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know what the laws are in the UK, but in the US, if a creditor does not contact you or attempt to collect the debt for, depending on the state, it's either 6 or 7 years, that's null and void.
Oh, well, fingers crossed that happens a lot more frequently, but I'm guessing it doesn't. I bet you're only like vultures. Oh, and by the way, you can thank Mr. Biden for not for trapping people with the debt, that if you declare bankruptcy, it doesn't absolve you from your student debt, and if you die, the debt gets passed on to your
that's not new. That's been the case. You can't discharge your student loan debt unless you get special dispensation.
Yeah, and Biden was one of the people that kind of helped. I'm not talking about as a president.
Oh,
senator years ago. He was him and the crime bill. That's that motherfucker, man. That's this fucking arsehole. Like, people forget what a piece of shit Joe Biden is.
Well, I'm gonna push back a little bit on that, because if you actually, there's some bad stuff in the crime bill, to be sure, but there's actually some good stuff too. I don't want to get into it now. I don't want to hijack your show, but maybe some other time.
I understand, but that's the shitty part. Is to get the good parts, they were able to push through the fucking really bad shit,
right?
Which is just how it kind of works.
That's how our system works here, because it's us.
Yeah. So I'll go here. It's costing £6 million a day to house them in hotels. That's not sustainable. Also, there's not enough social housing to put them in. Okay, well, you just answered your question with the second one. Number one, these people, look, again, this is an area I work in now, all right? and I could tell you about what I witnessed yesterday, and to say it destroyed me, like the amount of suffering that people are doing. People are leaving their countries, okay, and I would say they're leaving places like Bulgaria where they have nothing. They come here, they have nothing, but they all work, and they're all homeless because there's not enough housing, and they never came here. And I want to make this perfectly clear because I'm talking with people within the EU now. They came here thinking that when they get here, they have to find accommodation, they have to get themselves sorted, they have to get their work. Then you fuck all about benefits, then you fuck all about the system. Nobody tells them that you get a free house and all of that. They just came here to work. It's the same as they've gone to every other country just to work, put their heads down, crack on with it, get on with it. So again, the right-wing media fucking lies a lot. They tell you that, oh, immigrants are being told that over here's a paradise. They're like, no, over here is the last resort for them. They don't want to be here. Would you uproot your family from this country, go live halfway across the world because there's nothing here?
And die to get here as well, by the way. It's not like
it's
not like it's a simple trip. You're dealing with gangsters and people smugglers and all types of shit.
And also, the amount of immigrants that does it a year would barely fit into a football stadium. It's only like, I think it's only like 30,000 a year, which isn't that much when you consider that the population of UK is what, 6 million?
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like the number
UK
that come
60
over,
million.
Oh, sorry, 60 million. So it's only like that.
63. 63. We're
we're rounding off.
And but it's not the point. Look, I want to make it clear. I understand people's grievances. Too many migrants flocking over. But if you don't want too many migrants flocking over,
stop bombing their countries.
Stop bombing their countries. That is number one.
Pillaging
number
their countries.
Allow them to run their own countries. We're not allowing that either. We keep putting in puppets that sell off all resources to corporations. Right. All right. You stop all that. They don't. Then you're not going to have the fucking dinghies coming over. Number two, we're not building any social housing. None. Like they tell you, oh, we build 1-2% and all of that, which is a pathetic number, by the way. We're not building any social housing. They call it affordable housing, and it's not even affordable. All right. No. And there are thousands of
flats, man.
Here, but the councils don't have the money to renovate these houses either, because Tories have just sucked all the money dry.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, £6 million a day, assuming that figure is even true. But it would be way cheaper to build social housing than it would be to have, Plus, the other thing, because I watch LBC a lot when on YouTube, and how the right wing media misrepresents what's actually happening. What they're doing, they're saying, oh well, they're being held in, they're put up in this hotel or former hotel, and they're saying, well, this hotel costs £150 a night or whatever. But that's not what it's actually costing to house that person, because that place is no longer a hotel. It's been converted to at least temporarily social housing. So they a lot of times they're even distorting the actual figures.
I put those people in those homes when I was during COVID because they needed to take people off the street to stop the disease spreading, and we were putting people in hotels, which ended up being social housing.
That's what gave birth to it. It was because of COVID, and I thought, well, the hotels are great.
We can end homelessness as well, at the same time. So anyway, look, because we're talking about immigration, I came across this clip the other day. It's an absolute beaut. I mean, just look at this master race looking person. All right, let's go.
I think we should start looking out for them instead of bringing more foreigners in, because it's not fair on everybody else, especially us. You know what I mean? Because I think that's my view on it. Yeah.
How does it impact your life?
It's just I still to see too many of them on the street. So they're in gangs going around now selling drugs, and they've got you know what I mean, and they've got knives, and they're just bullying people. So, and they drive around in their flash cars that the government give them, got nice houses and everything else, and then
they don't get any of that.
Not fair. They're all in the street, a lot of us.
government doesn't give asylum seekers cars, though. They provide them with housing.
Yeah.
So how is the government giving them
So how
cars?
comes they've all got really nice cars and that as well then?
I'm not too sure. I mean, have you seen firsthand that migrants have been walking around with
Gangs.
knives and guns
Yeah, of course I have, yeah.
here on these streets?
Yeah. Chatham, Highbury. Yeah. But I don't really, that's just my view on it. I think we should just look after our own people that are born in this country. I think we should start looking out for them.
You know, what always gets me about guys like that is when it comes to actually, spending on the native born people that they supposedly care about. They're not for that either.
Yeah, that's the best of British right there, by the way. And and
these are the same people that vote for governments that don't help them and create all this fucking mess in the first place. They vote for the governments that are bombing the other countries that you got migrants in. And again, because because of where I grew up, the era I grew up, and the people I grew up with, all that. Yes, we're very privy to the crimes being committed by certain groups and all that. Nobody's fucking perfect, and anyone that views every immigrant with rose-tinted glasses, I sincerely say you can go fuck yourselves, because I can't stand that wishy-washy crap either. However, it's not the now, it's the how. How this ended up being the way it is. And because right-wingers cannot handle anything outside of the now, they don't comprehend what the domino effect is for these people to get to this point. And it all just fucking links back to capitalism.
Well, and I don't know how it is in the UK, but at least here in the US, the crime rate among immigrants is substantially lower than it is for native born. So it's like, so what they do is they cherry pick. They'll point out to a couple crimes here and there. And I'm like, yeah, what about all the native born motherfuckers doing shit? You didn't seem to care about that.
It's majority native white people who commit majority of the crimes in this country. It's just that it's just that we do the same thing that the US does, is that we tend to skew the data towards targeting particular racial groups and migrant groups in our country.
Well, they don't see if an American person commits a crime in America, if they don't happen to be white, they're not considered American, and then it becomes a fucking racial issue. Even though they are American, they might be Latino, they might be black or whatever, but then obviously it's an immigrant issue or something along those lines. I've spoken to many Americans who have issues with immigration. I told them I'm not worried about fucking Mohammed or fucking Jose crossing the border. I'm more worried about fucking Cletus and his AR-15 looking to shoot up the fucking place, which is why last week when we spoke about the World Cup coming to America, it's a bad thing considering mass shootings happen so much. Imagine all these fucking bloodthirsty fucking white supremacists seeing a variety of different nationalities of people all flooding into America to watch the World Cup. It's going to be a fucking shooting range. I guarantee you there'll be one shooting in that fucking World Cup, guaranteed.
Well, and again to kind of talk to get to Gary's point, one of the and Zam's point as well, what happens here in the States, if you look at the crime statistics, crimes are committed between white people and black people. It's the same. It's like 56 per 10,000. However, because black people are more likely to be convicted. Well, first of all, they're more likely to be arrested, more likely to be convicted. When we do get convicted, we spend longer sentences and we're less likely to get parole. So as a result, we are overrepresented in the prison population. So then of course the right wingers say, well, see, they're like 1/3 of the prison population, but they're only 12% of the actual population. It's like, well, sure, to put your thumb on the scale and criminalize us more than white people.
Well,
of course,
you privatize your prisons as well, so it's profitable to throw everyone in prison in the first place, and so that doesn't help. And by the way, I mentioned this last week as well. But I'll tell you this, Joe. We mentioned about how certain people who have been arrested by or been pulled over by cops have the name James Bond. That's their real name, and how the cops treat them. There's one black guy had the name James Bond. The policeman beat the shit out of him because he thought he was taking the piss, and then the judge puts that black guy in jail because he told the black guy that you were mocking the police officer by saying that your name was James Bond, even though his name was James Bond. And so like the guy who got the shit beaten out of him by the police because he happened to be black, and obviously the judge happened to be racist. he went into jail for something that wasn't his fault, and that's quite obviously
Well, he
it's a
dented the
common thing.
policeman's truncheon. That was the problem, you see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, I don't know what jam ivory is, Vance. I've never heard of it.
Jam ivory is a type of knife.
Oh, right. Okay, there you
What?
go. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought that was a misinterpretation by the
No.
by the subtitles.
Do you like sort of ivory edge, but kind of like curves like that? That's a jam
Yeah.
ivory.
Oh, I
That's
see.
life.
Would any look again? I love this argument by people from the right. Be like, would you house illegal migrant in your house and all that? Look, if the government should fucking first of all stop destroying the other countries. Secondly, it should have the provisions for its own consequences. You know, we don't house our own fucking people in this country, let alone immigrants. And secondly, would I house an illegal migrant in my house? You can't house an illegal migrant because if they're illegal, they're going to get fucking deported.
And you're going to get in trouble for housing
migrants in your house. And in
if you
which
mention
case,
asylum,
we have housed migrants. They happen to be Greek, but that's not relevant. We still housed migrants in our house.
Well, also,
You know.
in this argument, this fucking infuriates me because I get this all the time here in the States, and I'm like, because it's a false equivalence. They're saying because the people say, "Oh, are you want to house them in your house?" Well, the thing is, I'm not asking you to house them in your house either. I'm asking them to house in our mutually shared country. Yes, I'm more than happy to house them in our mutually shared country. So, but it's like, well, because I want them in the country, that means that they act like I'm asking them personally to house them. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. So fuck you and your bullshit argument.
This is what I want my tax money to go to. So these people are not on the fucking street. But if they're in our country, I'd rather have them in the house than on the fucking street.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I want my tax money going.
I mean, personally, if you want my opinion, and this is where I'm going to disagree with these two fellas, we should be doing social housing for homeless people, not for fucking migrants. That should be a now. I've got nothing against
migrants. But migrants are going to be homeless.
Wait.
Yeah,
they are homeless.
But
they are
homeless people in this country need to be housed first. They should be our priority. Then the family migrants. There you go.
It's not about homeless. They're homeless, but the homeless people should be in the house, whether they be migrants or British citizen. Treat them the fucking same. There's no hierarchy. They're all human beings. You know, I don't give a shit if they got a British passport or not. You know, these human beings need to be put in a fucking house, whether they are from this country or not. That's what matters. If they're homeless, then put them in a fucking house.
And if we did housing properly here, and expanded at the rate that you're meant to expand, this wouldn't be an issue. You know, this wouldn't be an issue about housing migrants, about housing this, about housing that.
Like,
you know, and the figures as well, like, you know, you can't weaponize immigration in this country when you yourself has slashed staffing and budgets for the Home Office, okay, where you have destroyed every institution that used to look after this thing. All right, and then try to weaponize it again. But this is the Tory playbook. The Tory playbook is create the problem, blame everyone else for the problem, and take no responsibility that this is all your fault. And I'll give you two great examples. Okay, number one, ULEZ. Okay, ULEZ was a Tory idea, and when Sadiq Khan had to implement it, as they had to do it in Portsmouth, they had to do it in other countries. Guess which area, number one, didn't get funding for people to get grants to get electric cars or compliant cars, and two, okay, were the sole focus of a media attack. It wasn't Portsmouth, it wasn't Bristol or Manchester or wherever else they put the fucking ULEZ. It was London. Why? Because it's very easy to vilify the brown Muslim mayor. And they fell for the trap. They fell for it beautifully because they think, number one, it's his idea. And number two, they gone down all these kind of weird conspiracies about Paper Mile and all this kind of shit. And I'm like, that's the Tories did all that. The Tories implemented ULEZ because of environmental needs, okay? And the Tories also then blamed Sadiq Khan for it.
Right.
And Keir Starmer himself, the fucking Brill Cream fascist, did the same thing. And it's just like, can you, like, it's just, this is the greatest example of how ignorant and stupid people are in this country. Okay?
I was going to say real quick, it's again to kind of addressing Gary's thing about doing it for citizens first. We have the same bullshit argument here in the States, and very often the favorite one is what about homeless veterans? Like, homeless veterans. What about homeless veterans? And we have lots of veterans because we go to war a lot, and we have lots of homeless. We don't give a shit. We don't pay our soldiers very well. So the thing is that the people who bring up this bullshit argument, they vote for the people who vote against providing any kind of help for homeless veterans. So it's like, well, how about, if you actually demonstrated to me you actually gave a fuck about homeless veterans, I'd actually take your point as having any sort of credibility, but you don't. I mean, I'm not saying it's Gary.
John Stewart did, like, the way he put the Republicans under the cosh, when he was speaking out for homeless vets, and they don't do fuck all. They like to use them as a prop.
Right.
But when it comes to helping them, they don't do fuck all.
And my thing is like, hey, let's make fewer veterans by attacking fewer places and not sending people to war in an unnecessary, voluntarily, war that we won't have so many veterans in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. I mean that's prime example number one. They actually, Gaz, you go next. I don't want to. You go.
No, I mean I agree exactly what you're saying. That like. We should house everybody who wants to stay here and wants to earn a graft. What I'm bothered about is that the government at the moment wants to focus on the migrant problem and not focus on the homeless problem, which is much more of a problem. Of how do we solve that? Now the thing is, because migrants are going to always come over here, and the thing is, when we had a functioning Home Office, as you mentioned before, we could take care of it. I think it's, but we've always had homeless people. Actually, we've had more homeless people because the homeless numbers in this country has gone up since 2010, has gone up and up and up and up and up and up. And as Sam was pointed out before, during COVID, we could find somewhere to put them. We can't find somewhere to put them. I find that very hard to believe. Sorry, and that's why I'm saying I'd rather be focused on housing our homeless people. That should be our priority rather than fucking about with fake migrants.
No, I actually help with with homeless housing in my job as a cab driver because we have accounts with companies like St. Mongos, and I take these people, to hospitals. I take them to different homeless charities and so on. There is something out there for them. They're not that well funded. They are charities, obviously. They do require regular people like me and you to help fund them, but they are these industries out there. But once again, Gary, if migrant people are not homed, then they become the homeless. So they become the very thing.
Well,
they become the very thing.
It's a false dilemma. It's a bullshit false dilemma. I'm sorry, but this thing because the whole thing of focus is always like it always means to the exclusion of the other problem, and that's
exactly.
Focus. It's like you can work on both. You can walk and chew gum at the same time. And so the idea that focus bullshit. Work on both problems. Both problems are, and they're related, right? As the Zam was just saying, the migrants are part of the homeless problem. So, it's the idea that basically do what needs to be done, figure out what needs to be done, and then do it. And and that's the focus that needs to happen, right? Is figure out what resources are required and how to do it, and instead of using it as a prop for political points. And that's why every time, again, I don't live in the UK, but I still, I pay attention as best I can. And when I hear Tories talk about we're not going to repeat the mistakes of the past, and I'm like, motherfucker, you are the mistakes of the past. What are you talking about?
You're the person your mama should have swallowed, God damn it.
You guys have been there, what is it, 14 years now of Tory rule? You can't blame the past for any shit that's going on today anymore because it's been way too fucking long.
And our last 5 Tory prime ministers, 3 of them have not been democratically elected to be in office. That's how fucked up our system is. Sorry?
Yeah. Include this one.
That's what I said. Yeah, 3 of them, including this one. You know what I mean? So, yeah, fuck them. Fuck the Tories.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. Like the whole LTN stuff as well, like how they fucked up the roads of this country. I mean, that you can put on Steve Khan and his cabal of
as a cab driver,
almost
once again, my issues are with him because he's made it so difficult for people in my profession. Fucking, like we have the congestion charge, and what they've done is create more congestion. You're not easing congestion when you strip up roads and make bicycle lanes there. You're making it harder, you know. So, like, you know, what's the point of paying the congestion charge? I mean, unfortunately, I drive an electric car, so I don't have to pay it, but I will have to from next year. So, but what's the point of paying the congestion charge if there's fucking congestion everywhere? It just drives me nuts.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And the congestion charge, that was a fucking Ken Livingstone idea.
Here's one thing to say, because I got to bounce. I love hanging with you guys. So, but one thing that I want to say, because I know because Patty, I you and I disagree sometimes, but I love the fact that you're willing to call out anybody regardless of whether they're on your side of the fence or not, and that's awesome.
Yeah,
one thing,
likewise.
One thing that I do say, I do try to remind progressives here in the United States, though, as ineffective and feckless as the Democrats are, right now they're all we got. And so I'm like, I want to drown the Republican Party in the sink, and then we can actually have a real arguments between like leftists and liberals and centrists and all that. Have that. So it's why, as much as I understand that there's some issues with Keir Starmer, and I totally get that. Again, you know way better than I do because I don't live there. But it's like, well, I guess you guys have more parties though, right? You actually have more parties.
Yeah, but
so
sorry, if I could interject here, like for instance, but in America, you still have other people who could represent the Democratic Party instead of somebody like Joe Biden. So when you have someone like Marianne Ann Williamson, who seems to be much better, in my opinion, for your country regarding what she has to offer, but then she gets thrown under the bus because the establishment doesn't like her, then obviously you have a problem with the system in your country, because you are made not to choose her in the first place because the establishment doesn't want it to be.
Here's the problem, though, Zam, is that America is so conservative right now that Marianne Williamson is whether fairly or unfairly, she's used as a nutbag. We need to push the penny to the left direction to normalize the things she says. We're so far away.
I agree, but then But when we go back to saying that the Democrats is all we got, well, you had an opportunity with other people, but then you're not giving them that chance because of being this nutbag.
But here's the thing about, and I agree with you, but here's the thing that pisses me off about what passes for the left in my country, right?
Yeah.
The turnout. So the place to do that is in primaries. The turnout in primary, like we get about 50 to 65% in the general election, depending on what year it is and who's running and all that. The turnout during primaries is 15% or less. So at that point, anybody could win if enough of their supporters actually showed the fuck up and voted. But the problem is
disenfranchisement. Again, that's an issue we have here as well.
Sorry, if I could still interject though, but you got people like Taylor Swift who's trying to push younger people into voting. But then when you got somebody like Joe Biden, who is, unfortunately makes people very disillusioned as the candidate they want to get, and then if you could have somebody like Marianne Williamson, who is very, very popular with the youth, who are becoming the new voter demographic every time we have an election, then you're missing out. In my opinion.
Well, I don't disagree with you. My point is, the people who support people like her don't fucking show up when the time matters. And at the end of the day, when you got first past the post, if you don't show up, like Bernie, right? Bernie was cool. I would have voted for him. If he was in the general, but his people didn't show up in time, and there was more than enough Bernie voters that if it actually showed up on primary day, he could have been the nominee.
No. I disagree.
There was a lot of. So
I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to push back, and that there were enough. They could have showed up, and they didn't show up.
The Democratic Party did not want to be the candidate.
There was a lot of shithousery that happened with Bernie the first time round.
None of them. Well, yeah, but they didn't show up the second time. And the thing is, none of that stopped them from showing up on primary day.
No, Joe. There was the whole system in place and how they split the vote. Because again, people aren't smart. So let's make that perfectly clear. People aren't smart.
Oh, people, I agree with you there. People are not smart.
On a state-to-state level, I get what you mean. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you there. But again, there was a whole expose by Jordan Chariton when he was working under the Young Turks about how the system was rigged to stop Bernie from getting in the first time round. And the second time round, what they did is they just kept people on, like Elizabeth Warren and your people, enough there to kind of split the vote away from Bernie. And as soon as he didn't get enough, everyone else dropped out. So there is always a strategy, even on the Democratic side, to stop anyone remotely left-wing getting it.
Here's the problem I have with what you're saying there. So because I would say Warren was the closest to Bernie that wasn't Bernie, right? So the thing is that the people who wanted Bernie to win, they were like, well, she should drop out. But then they were mad when the people who were closer to Biden did the same thing. And you can't, that's hypocritical. And here's what it really comes down to, because Joe Biden was on his ass, and then he won in South Carolina. He won big because black people turned out. And so I tell people, like, when it comes to different disenfranchisement, no one is more disenfranchised than the black voter in the United States. If black people could get out and vote, then young people could have got out and vote. So they didn't. And I'm like, look, I'm sad that they didn't, right? But they didn't. So that's just the way it is, you know.
I know. Listen, that is another thing that's part of it. But you got to understand, they, like, if you look at it from a third party perspective as well, how they block third parties from running in states, and they have very like particular roles and how they can get on the ballot and all this kind of shit. So there's a whole system there.
Oh yeah,
you know. And I say, like, let's look at Trump. Trump ran when he first ran. Okay, he ran on the same platform as Bernie, populism. Okay, fake popularism, but it's popularism nonetheless. Okay, he said pretty much the same shit. You know, I'm gonna Medicare for all and blah 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 and end all the wars and all this kind of shit. And because the Republicans are like, yeah, I love this kind of shit, and they're a lot
and
more
the racism,
and they're a lot
the
more,
racism was a big part of it.
Yeah, obviously, but he still ran on platforms that people thought would benefit them. Okay, and because of that, and because the one thing I like about the right is they're very fucking maniacal in the sense that they will destroy you if you don't go their way.
Right.
All right, which is something we should have on our side. And that's how Trump got in. If he'd have ran on the same platform as a Mitt Romney, as a whoever else, they would have just fallen to the wayside.
Sure.
But he's smart enough to parrot the popular rhetoric that people want to hear, and that's how he got in.
But what you just said is the key element. See, that's the thing. The right wing, whether they like a person or not, they're like, that guy's on my team. He's going to do more for me, or he's going to be closer to me than the other guy. So even though I don't like him, I'm going to show up. And unfortunately, because the left in the U.S. is very fractured, there's a lot of different different groups and all that, and we don't work together. So we don't have that mentality. So I agree with you.
Because we're not cult-like. That's what it means to be on the left, not to be cult-like, not to we to demand things from our politicians.
Right.
And that's
exactly.
what is. So that's why the left is the way it is. Because if your politicians are not giving you what you want, then obviously you're going to lose faith with them and not vote for them. Whilst with the right, someone like Donald Trump, as long as he says his key buzzwords, he doesn't have to build a wall. He doesn't have to give people public health care. As long as he keeps shitting on people the way he does, it makes everyone clap like seals. He'll have people follow the edge of a cliff.
That's the thing. So that's why the reason why I always vote blue is not because I think the Democrats are wonderful or I think they're saviors or anything. It's because I know that if I just know the math, right? I know that if I don't, that the right wing wins. And I know if the right wing wins, it's, as bad as ineffective and effectless as the Democrats are, that the right wing is evil. And I want to stop the evil.
I agree with you. It's just a shame that when you have opportunities to pick the right person, you end up defaulting with Joe Biden again when it comes to the Lance Chance saloon, so to speak, because the opportunities you did have, you never took them. And now we're stuck with fucking Sleepy Joe.
Oh, that's true. I mean, the other thing too to remember here is that because of the way, I mean, America's huge, right? I mean, they're enormous. And so when you look at it, like, okay, someone like AOC, she wins handily in New York. She could win in New Jersey. She could win in California. She could when in there's certain spots in Pennsylvania, so you win in New England. If someone like that tries to run in most of the say Texas, they have no chance at all, no chance at all. And so that's another part of the problem is that until we can build a really more progressive majority, you're going to end up with a Democratic Party that is somewhat fractured because you're going to get everything from centrist to leftist and everything in between. Because the only way to win you can't win as a leftist in certain places, which is unfortunate, but that's where we're at. And
if I was a lefty, I would be actually a Republican and put left-wing policies as a Republican. It'll probably be the best way to get things done. And then you have people on the left who will vote for you because they're not inclined regarding the party. They just want the best policies, while people on the right will only vote Republican anyway. So it's the best of both worlds.
And that's actually why as much as I was surprised, it's why Schwarzenegger, he had his failings, but he was actually a reasonably effective governor in California because he got elected as a Republican, but he actually had a platform and an approach that was substantially more progressive than most Republicans.
European.
But they voted but they're willing to vote for him because they are next to his name. And so he was able to do things that no someone who's on the political left here could ever get away with.
Yeah.
So you're right. That's probably the way we need a progressive. And there used to be progressive Republicans years ago, but they're long gone.
Yeah. Now forget it. Now it's just like evangelical nut jobs that are running the party.
Well, that's
yeah.
Oh, look,
that's what pisses me off.
So
I was going to say real fast. I just want to say real fast is that what happens here, like when people like try to demonize the left in the United States, and they'll pick the most wackaloon, far way out wacky person, right? And I'm like, yeah, but that person has no political power. The right wing people like that are in fucking Congress, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I just want to go to this comment here. The left need to do what the right is planning to do, give Tories a bloody nose by voting for reform. They need the left to do the same. Well, let's put it this way. Under Keir Starmer, he holds a world record of losing more by-elections than any Labour leader in history. And all of the council, so we have a record number of Green-run councils, okay? Not so much MPs, but councils, okay? And these are basically people that were already left-wing Labour, and they just defected over to the Greens, and so they got voted in. So, and I want to make it perfectly clear: the left in the UK is not like the left in America. We're not fractured.
Right.
We don't argue over petty little things and have our own tribalism. Because the thing with the American left is the American left are the same as the American right in that a whole nation is grown up on individualism. And the importance of being an individual and your own personal being over trumps anyone else's. And this, much as it does the right, because one left-wing person will want to stand out from the crowd and make up a whole bunch of gibberish and will fight and argue with other people on the left that they're not left enough because they don't follow their particular thing. Okay, I'm not going to go into the massive details, but that's the mentality, and it's just
you're on target.
Yeah, because it's just the product. They are the product of their environment. Okay, it's just how it is. I'm not shitting. I'm just here to highlight. In the UK, the left have always had one thing in goal: protect the NHS, public housing. And everything in the public utility. All the microcosms don't exist here in the UK.
Yeah.
Like here on the left, we're not going to fucking cancel somebody just because they said the R word. We're not going to cancel somebody just because they misstepped a little bit. We're just going to be like, I don't agree with you there, but on principle, your heart's in the right place. So prime example, Mick Lynch, he exploded over the last couple of years because he established.
Please be our Prime Minister, Mick Lynch.
Okay, yeah. And couple of months ago, he says, look, everyone needs to grow up and just vote for Keir Starmer. And again, it's to your point, Joe. Look, just get Keir Starmer in, all right? And then we'll work from there. We'll hold him to task and all that. And I get that sentiment. I'm not against Labour taking the next election, because
get
then
any
what's
worse.
going to happen is you're going to have the threat of Keir Starmer is going to lose a lot more by-elections because he's just another conservative. Okay, he's no different. He just whatever the Israeli lobby wants and the billionaire class wants, that's what he's going to do. But the difference between us and, say, the United States is we have a left-wing army ready to go, and we are fractured in a way that makes us more difficult to control. So it's not just Greens, it's different, it's independents, it's other smaller left-wing parties and all that, which makes it more difficult.
You have the Lib Dems. And...
No, the Lib Dems are centre-right. They
should be called the neoliberal party.
Neoliberal.
Yeah.
The Tories, Labour, Lib Dems, they're all the fucking same. They only care about protecting capital, nothing else.
Didn't the Lib Dems used to be further to the left?
Yes, it did.
Under Charles Kennedy, they were centre left.
Okay.
Yeah. But after Charles Kennedy, they've just gone right wing.
Oh, gotcha.
Liz Truss was part of that party. Liz Truss used to be a Lib Dem.
Yeah, Liz Truss used to be there. Exactly. She's a fucking libertarian.
And now she's chilling out with fucking Steve Bannon, for fuck's sake. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, self-serving narcissist. No, but yeah,
I agree with what you said. I agree with what you said, Penny. I think that was a good encapsulation of the differences between the two.
Well,
we are too proprietary. It's like, well, I'm in this group and I care about my group and fuck the other groups and all that. And it's really heartbreaking. I've been saying since the 90s, this is how we fail. This is because as I said, like we argue over the scraps, and meanwhile the meal goes, molders on the table. There, and if you added up all the groups, we're actually a majority, but you'll never know it because we don't get together, we don't work together.
No, exactly, and the thing is as well, like even they got roped into culture war bollocks, and this is what I keep arguing with people. I said I don't care. I don't really care about the culture war stuff. That's not. If you strip away, if you take that away, what does it mean? What does it mean? It means nothing. That's not putting food on somebody's table. That's not putting the roof over the head. That's not dealing with the fundamental issues, which is fucking neoliberalism. Okay, culture war is a distraction for the morons. Even like a few pockets on the left here in the UK, that get roped into that. But the core majority of the left are all on the same page. And even right wingers have a few things in common with the left, and that is protect the NHS, okay, and build more housing. At least that on the right, because it's at 88% of this country believes that the NHS should be protected at all costs.
No doubt, I agree with you, Ginger. But unfortunately, they are still falling for the trap of right-wing politics, which will end up destroying the NHS. They want to keep the NHS. Gary, I believe you 100%, but they don't realize that they are voting for people who will happily destroy it.
No, that's it. But the thing is, they vote for the right wing for certain things because they think the right wing are going to tackle immigration and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, that's the kind of main reason. That's why the Tories always run on that fucking platform. But a lot of those right wingers are like, whoa, hang on, mate, listen. Don't fuck about with the NHS, or I just won't show up to vote for you. So a lot of people are very protective over the NHS, and there's a concerted effort in Ilford, which is just up the road from me, to make sure that West Streeting loses his seat because he is getting a lot of money from private healthcare companies in the United States. Same with Keir Starmer, and so there is a concerted effort, a huge campaign going on. And this is Muslims United, Indians United, white people united, all together to unseat West Streeting to make sure to send a message to, the bourgeoisie to say, no, hands off the fucking NHS. Because that's a hill that people are willing to die on.
Me too.
To protect the NHS,
So I gotta bounce, guys. But thanks for having me on.
Joe, it's been a fucking pleasure having you, man. You have a great time. Enjoy the party. Yeah.
I'll catch you. I'll catch you again.
All right, dude.
Take care, Joe.
Take care. Gaz, anything you want to chime in on? Because we kind of, yes, he is, Rick.
But I mean, the thing is that I think you've mentioned before that if Corbyn, like formed like some sort of coalition between the left parties here, that they'd wipe Labour off the map. And I actually agree with you.
Annihilate.
Because I mean, like the thing is that like, people will go, oh, when it comes to the NHS, there's only certain people who argue against getting rid of the NHS, and it's certain people are on the right. I'm like, if you want to pay for the for your healthcare, go be my guest. Beeper exists. Just don't force it on the rest of us.
Yeah, if you want to go private, you go private. Okay, we've seen time and time again that a private healthcare system doesn't work. America has one of the worst in the world. All right, and they were like, oh yeah, but it's about freedom and choice. Oh, really? It's about freedom and choice. Well, how about you can't go to a certain hospital that's closer to your home because your insurance company doesn't have a fucking deal with that hospital, but they have a deal with another hospital that's 2 hours away, and you've got to go all the way there because your insurance will cover that hospital. That's what it's like in America. You don't even get to choose your fucking doctor. If the insurance company doesn't have a deal with that doctor, you can't fucking use your doctor. You have to go to another doctor. Whereas here with the LHS, all right, I have 6 GPs that I can choose from in my area alone. And if I don't like one, I can fuck off to another one. Fortunately, my one is fantastic, and I moved from my childhood doctor that wasn't even in my borough. But there was never any pressure for me to leave that doctor to get one closer to home. So let's not fucking bullshit about freedom of choice. It's not. It's freedom of how to get fucked in the ass by the bourgeoisie. It's as simple as.
And also, the thing is that and other things about the US system, and maybe Tito would be the best person to talk about this, but your insurance has to be agreed on by your insurer first, so they can say to you, we're not going to show it by saying it's experimental. Like things that they need to be. These are things that the American healthcare system means to be experimental. Heart bypasses, cancer treatments, flaming blood transfusions. Those are very experimental, despite them being used for over 50 years. So apparently that's experimental.
It's insurance at the end of the day, so it's looking for ways of denying you. Anyway, listen, guys, it is time for.
They took our jabs!
They took your jab! They took your jab! Took your jab!
All right, I found this lovely clip. I found this lovely clip on Tickety Talk. Let's check it out. It is with our favorite, as we were talking Trump supporters and stuff. Let's check it out.
What brings y'all here today?
See Donald Trump himself. Donald Trump! Trump, baby. Trump.
Yeah, let's get a good look at the sweatshirt and the fanny pack.
I'm here to bring awareness to Fukushima Daiichi, the clot shots, the deaths and injuries, and let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah.
Let's go, LGBTQ+. As a voter, what is your biggest concern?
The border and the economy.
Migration. Finish up the damn wall.
Migration.
Coming
This
in,
fuck.
just stop them. We're all here today asking real Americans if they could pass the citizenship test. Do you think you could do it?
Sure.
Maybe. Easily.
Number 1, what is the supreme law of the land?
No. Guns, liberty, and justice.
I have no idea.
We might fill us in. Good question. Well, I can answer that one right now.
How many amendments does the Constitution have?
32.
32?
10?
No. I don't know.
20 something, I think. Maybe 13. I'm not really sure on that. I worry about number 1 and number 2.
What are the first 3 words of the Constitution?
In God we trust.
Okay, so that's 4.
Life, liberty, and justice. No, it's we the people.
That guy said it walking past. You heard you cheated. You cheated like Joe Biden. Can you sing the national anthem for me?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we sang As the twilight lasts, stripes and bright stars, and perilous.
So close, you guys. I was so close. What brings y'all here?
Yeah, and as you can
Donald
see, they are without doubt clueless inbred hicks.
Yeah.
And
It's a very easy low hanging fruit to go after a bunch of inbred hicks to prove a
I
point that
know.
does nothing to anyone. It just highlight. We know how stupid they are.
Just need a reminder that that's
Still
all.
it still fucking amuses the shit out of me to see it, despite the fact that it's such a low hanging fruit. And you never get tired of it. It just cracks me up. So thanks for that, Zan. That's lovely.
Yeah, I mean, but honestly, on the serious notes, like when these people go on about their country and stuff like that, they know fuck all about it. They, I mean, I look. If you asked me to sing the national anthem, I couldn't do it because I don't give a shit. My personal anthem, the UK anthem, but I mean, these motherfuckers, they are brought up on the Declaration and Constitution and the Pledge of Allegiance and all. They are force fed that shit. They everything they do, they hear the bloody anthem. You would have thought they would know it religiously, and these motherfuckers don't even know that.
No.
It's.
To be fair, yeah, I'm with you. Like, I was born here. If you ask me to do "God Save the King," I'll be like, "God save our gracious King." That's about it. That's all I know because I hate. We have the worst national anthem in the world, by the way.
It's a bit of a dirt.
Well, it's the only one that changes, by the way.
Yeah,
because it was Queen to King.
Tertia, I'd rather have Land of Hope and Glory, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I prefer Land of Hope and Glory. You know what? Fucking spice up your world. Just give us a fucking Spice Girls. To hell with it. People of the world, spice up. Be like, yeah.
It was funny because in football when Spain had their national anthem, commentators would mock the Spanish by saying how they don't sing the anthem, but the Spanish national anthem is just a musical instrumental. There's no words to it, which is why they don't fucking sing the national anthem. There's no fucking words to it.
I mean, the thing is that what we want is a national anthem that you're proud to sing. Because, what we want is what Zamorano did for bloody Chile, where the guys literally bulging out singing the Chilean national anthem at the World Cup. It's like, yes, that's what we want.
Yeah. I mean, the Greek national anthem is fucking fantastic. It's just talking about the soldiers fighting for their independence. It's taken from it's the longest national anthem in the world if you performed it properly because it derives from a poem, and we would usually recite that whole poem during the song, but obviously we don't do that. It's very condensed now, but it's to do with our independence from the Ottomans, and it's a fantastic song. What are the British going to do? The British God said, no, it should be Land of Hope and Glory. It's a great national anthem. That would be a great national anthem. Sorry, Dan.
I just remember seeing certain people who you can tell there's a bit of a racist streak in them for instance, Leonardo Bonucci, everyone knows he's a racist piece of shit, that Italian footballer, and when you see him sing the anthem for Italy, he sings it like a fucking white supremacist. He really does. So yeah, I personally I'm not the biggest fan of anthems. I don't understand the point of them.
But I'm saying, what I would say though is that all three of us here could probably do better on the UK citizen test if we did it here. If we did it right now,
probably.
I would still have to study for it because I'm a British citizen to a degree. I would never. I don't know what the fuck I need to put in, so I will study for it because I think it's a lot harder for people to realize than they know, so to speak.
My mum had to. She's now a British citizen. She had a Cypriot passport for years, but now she's finally dual nationality and all of that. But she didn't have to take a citizenship test. They just fucking fleeced her of a lot of bloody money instead to do it. And but it's all bollocks. I can't stand pomp and ceremony and all this kind of shit. And I get really angry. With my sister-in-law as well, because I keep saying to her, look, you're not religious, so I don't know why the fuck you're bringing up the kids to believe in all. It's tradition. I said, Christianity is a fucking foreign religion. It's not a Greek religion. Just because it's embedded in our culture, you want to teach them about the proper Greek stuff, like the ancient Greek stuff, or the good Greek traditions, like the food and all this kind of shit. Not all this pomp and ceremony and fucking, or the dancing and all that, which is all good stuff. But anyway, I've got a lot of stuff I want to talk about.
Yeah.
I want to have gone off on a fucking tangent.
Yeah, well, look, I was hoping we could start going on about this next thing. I was hoping, where the hell's Boss Man? Okay, this leads into this. So shall we start without him?
Because we're way behind. Like we've gone off on
okay.
American fucking centric stuff again.
Can you hear it?
No.
Damn, I knew I fucking forgot to press it. Sorry.
That's all right. I'm not going to cover the Moscow attacks. I can't be bothered, to be honest. I'll get rid of that.
Okay.
More.
Let's start.
Yeah. We've got England flag, and then I'm going into child poverty.
Why are people outraged about this England jersey? Earlier this week, Nike came out with their 2024 international kit, which included England's home and away uniforms. If you thought picking purple for the kit was controversial, wait till you see the back of the home kit, as it features St. George's Cross in not just red, but blue and purple as well. With Nike saying it represents the training kit of our 1966 heroes when we last won the World Cup. The shirt featuring a playful update to the cross to unite and inspire. But it couldn't divide people more right now based on how it's trending. Politicians are getting involved, including Rishi Sunak, who says we shouldn't mess with sources of pride and identity. But it seems the FA have stood by Nike's designs, rejecting the notion that they've done anything wrong to St. George's flag. The football kits were released earlier this week and the authentic tops have already sold out. But you can expect a restock of the home kit on Wednesday the 27th and the away kit on Friday the 29th. But the replica shirts are still available in varying sizes for £85. So what are your thoughts on this? Did Nike do something wrong here, and should they consider a redesign of the England home kit? Why are people...
No.
I couldn't care less. I literally couldn't care less. But the meltdowns were to be, and again, you see, again with the right, they're melting down because they're thick, ignorant, and they don't know their own history. All right, it's an homage to the 1966 training kit. It's very simple. It's cut and paste. You can do the research yourself, but they're just gonna get fucking outraged over stupid shit. Gaz, your mic is muted before you talk, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, because people I know, I just get exercised by saying, "Oh, I don't agree with it." It's about them including LGBT. No, it's not. It's literally to do with the 1966 World Cup. No, it's not. It's to do with the inclusion. It says no. That's actually the reason that Nike have said, "Oh, they're lying." Why would they lie?
Yeah,
it's like. Oh, because they want to try and get gay people to buy their kits. Gay people will buy their kits whether they have that flag on it or not. I went, why do gay people like football? Yes.
Yeah, lots of them do.
Lots of them do.
A lot of them play football. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to explain
there's only one word for this where you keep talking.
What? Find out.
Yeah. This.
Yeah. That's awesome.
And then there's also this one here. Carry on, Gaza. I'm not interrupting you. I'm just going to show pictures.
Just the. I mean, what should be annoying you is the fact that it costs 80 quid.
No, 125 quid for some of them.
125. I got told it was 80. Like,
there was some that going for like 125. You had the prices on there. Some are 85, and some are 125 quid. I'm like, that's what the outrage should be.
Cost of living crisis, and people having to fuck up 8 quid for a bloody English shirt.
Yeah, like they no questions about how expensive a fucking football jersey is, but you're worried about a fucking cross on there and all this kind of shit. Like it's ridiculous. Like I wouldn't mind if they said, oh, it's a bit naff. Like I don't like it, but the fact that there's a whole culture war thing behind it, and they lack any kind of logic. They've made the assumption that it's LGBT rather than 1966. Okay, it just makes this whole argument fucking stupid. It's perfectly fine to have something like this and get mocked and be like, "What the fuck is this? This is ridiculous. Change it. It looks stupid. Like Arsenal's away kit this year looks fucking disgusting, and all this kind of stuff." But the problem is you've got politicians chiming in at a point in time where you have, and this segues beautifully into exactly what I wanted to talk about, because I made a meme where I said, oh, here are my thoughts on the flag. And instead I talked about this. Okay. 300,000 more UK children fell into absolute poverty at the height of the cost of living crisis. Nearly a fifth of population. Oh, Jesus. Nearly look how bad that's written. Nearly a fifth of the population struggled with basic needs. It emerges as charities accuse governments of failing the poorest. About 300,000 more children were plunged into absolute, and that's 300,000 more children. Okay, were plunged into absolute poverty in a single year at the height of the cost of living crisis amid soaring levels of hunger and food bank use. Official figures show prompting calls for an overhaul of the UK's creaking welfare system. Campaigners accuse the government of failing to protect the UK's poorest families, as the latest poverty statistics showed 600,000 more people fell into absolute poverty. Ministers preferred poverty. Who fucking wrote this article? Ministers preferred poverty measure in 2022-2023 when inflation was at its 10% peak. 10% peak on what? It was 20% on food. Overall, during the year, 12 million people were in absolute poverty. 12 million people. That is, what's the percentage out of 63 million people in this country? And you've got 12 million of them in absolute poverty. Oh, it says it right there. Jesus Christ. Equivalent to 18% of the population. All right.
20%.
Yeah. So 20% of the population, including 3.6 million children, faced levels of hardship last seen in 2011-2012 after the financial crash. Ministers and opposition politicians face calls to get a grip of rising poverty levels, with charities urging an increase to benefit rates to reflect the real cost of basics such as food, energy, and scrapping of policies such as the 2-child benefit limit, etc. Okay, campaigners said the measurements of welfare benefits was highlighted by sharp rises in food insecurity and food bank use. 1 in 10 people in poverty relied on food banks. 1 in 10 people, 1 in 10 relied on food banks during the year, while 41% of universal claimants were food insecure, meaning they couldn't buy sufficient food. The figure shows the reality of the increasing concerns over rising poverty and the prevalence of more extreme forms of hardship, such as destitution. We're at destitution levels, where individuals are unable to afford basic living essentials such as food, energy, bedding, and clothing. Nearly 4 million people experienced destitution in 2022. The latest household below average income statistics published by the DWP also showed that in 2022-23, more than 2/3, that's 69% of children in poverty, lived in families where at least one parent works. Okay, so again, they're not all job-shy slobs, while 44% of children in lone parent families were in poverty. An estimated 2.9 million children were in deep poverty, meaning their income was at least 50% below the poverty line. Nearly half, 46% of all families with 3 or more children were in poverty. Again, inflation rises, but your wages don't. You plunge into poverty. Nearly 1 in 10, 8% of pensioners struggle to eat regularly, pay essential bills to keep them warm, etc., etc. Let me see how much more. Oh, God. Okay, not too bad. We can get through it. Child poverty also increased on the relative poverty measures that is preferred by campaigners, with 100,000 more young people pulled beneath the poverty line, meaning that a third of UK children, 4.3 million, were in poverty, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's just kind of repeating itself. And this is a really badly written article, I might add. There was a lot of typos there. But this is the contrast I like to pull between the fucking flag and the reality of this country. Gaz.
Well, it's just ridiculous. Like we could come and fuss about anything woke in this country. Anything woke. It's like we have to have debates about it and stuff like that. Whereas what you just pulled up should be something that everyone should be outraged about. The fact that nearly 20% of the population is in poverty, in absolute poverty in a Western country. We were the 5th largest economy. I don't think we were that far down it that we can't provide for all of our citizens. And if we provide for all of our citizens, I know this is a weird thought for people, they could actually pay into the system more. Sorry, I'm getting crossed out.
And the thing is, as well, like what gets me. Oh, go on, Zam. Yeah, go on.
Just to stick on the flag topic itself, and I do agree with you, by the way, that there are bigger issues to deal with than this, but it's the hypocrisy that is driving me nuts, because I've been seeing everybody weigh in, even the fucking Prime Minister thinks it's a big deal, but we have altered the flag, the Union Jack on the St. George's flag, in other things in the past. When we had the Olympic team, the flag was changed. When Boris Johnson famously took out the red of the Union Jack in one of his particular campaigns and had it as a blue flag. GBN News, great Gammon Broadcasting Network News, that white supremacist news network, they have an alternative version of the Union Jack on their channel. People have made altercations all the time to our flag in various ways. This is not a big deal. This is not a big deal at all. This is just a way of just making a story out of nothing. Unfortunately, we're talking about it ourselves, but I just want to bring up the fact that how stupid this story is, and listening to all these pundits, people I like Stuart Pearce, having an issue over this. This is not an issue. This is not an issue at all whatsoever. It's ridiculous. And the flag has been changed in the past. Now because everyone's going on about World Cup theology more than ever nowadays, they see this, they see woke, they see some sort of LGBTQ sort of thing, which isn't the case, but it's not supposed to be representing that. And they make an issue of nothing. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Anyway, right. So the most current figures for US puts poverty at 11.5, 37. That's 10% of the country. All right. Yeah, that's 10% of the country. Jesus fucking Christ. And like in Tuzam's point.
Yeah.
But hey, this is a nice distraction. This is when the report came out during the whole flag fiasco, and it fucking flew under the radar. This is unacceptable. Like, this is, again, where I work, we see all this firsthand. Okay, we see. Okay, when I did so what I do is I do like a workshop called and raises like financial awareness, different ways people to understand how people can maximize their income in terms of being made aware of all the benefits they can receive, being made aware of all the like things that are out there to help them save money or get help with paying bills, blah 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 blah. Anyway, so I did one of those presentations at the food bank where I did one-to-one sessions. I walk in there and I see an old work colleague of mine who she was always worked hard her whole life, okay, and because she ended up being disabled due to arthritis and back pains, the benefit system is just not substantial enough. So she worked hard her whole life, had to claim benefits because of disability. It's not enough. She's wound up at a food bank now. I mean, that is so heartbreaking to see that. And I want to make it perfectly clear, because of my own disabilities and mental health, if I wasn't living at home with my mum and my dad's passed away since, all right, I'd be in the same boat as them, because I do not have the capacity to kind of deal. Like, I have a lot of mental health issues and all this kind of shit. All right, it's a lot better now than what it was, but at that time I would have ended up like everyone else, food banks, homeless, in a bedsit probably somewhere with nothing. Because once you're disabled, doesn't matter what you contribute to society, fuck you, go and rot. And so, it fucking winds me up. It really does.
Let's move on.
Moving on. We'll go next to okay, so we've done that. One thing I really want to talk about, because we were talking about disabled people here, so this one was quite interesting. It's just a brief one. So I'm sure you guys will be aware of this actress, Sally Phillips. She did Smack the Pony. She was in a lot of stuff with like Simon Pegg and all of that. Funny, brilliant actress. And so Sally Phillips so upset after
Wow.
someone with Down syndrome rejected by trampoline park. Now, you read that title and you think, Jesus Christ, what happened? Now, when I saw this title, my brain immediately went to, I know why they rejected him, because they're worried about his neck. So one of the most common issues with people with Down syndrome is they have weak necks and they're prone to injury, breakage, and all this kind of stuff. So that's where my mind went to. Of course, I won't read the article. I'll just summarize what it is. That chap has been to the trampoline park many times. They just so happened to come across one member of staff who said, in order for me to let them participate, they need a doctor's note, which used to be standard policy. However, it's not standard policy. That policy is out the window now. It's only a requirement if they have an issue with their neck and the parent knows they have an issue with their neck or even their knees because they have weak knee joints as well, that then they're then required to let people know if they're doing physical activity. But because it doesn't, doctors encouraged to say, no, just carry on as normal, do it. And then if it becomes an issue, which is often what happens, is it eventually could become an issue, then we'll handle it then. But because she's not showing any symptoms and all this, and I get where she's coming from, because it's like she just wants her kid to do normal things, have a normal life. And when this kind of gets in the way, it can be very distressful for parents because it's not easy looking after a disabled child. Gaz.
But this is where I get pissed off because look, we disabled people aren't children, right? Even when we are children, right? We learn how to manage problems in a productive way. Like we learn coping mechanisms because I have my own coping mechanisms for what I have. Okay, I know I'm a lot older than this kid, but I imagine that this kid has got, because you said he's been to that park loads and loads of times, so therefore he probably has his coping mechanisms of, this is how I can go on this thing safely, this is how I manage it, blah blah blah. And the thing is, some arsehole who's an ableist cunt has not known that this is what's going on. And the thing is, instead of just going, oh, all right, just go enjoy yourself, just wait to maybe just look out for X, Y, and Z, then you're making them aware of something that could hurt them. You done properly.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, these institutions, they have protocols in place for insurance reasons, okay? But the problem is they weren't updated on the policies. They weren't updated on the institutional changes, which is to say, I'm not going to shit on the member of staff and the management because it's not their company. Other people have told that poor chap just happened to be with the wrong member of staff at that time who alerted management to say, look, you can't this because that. They weren't aware that, no, that's not a requirement. It's only a requirement if there is a known problem. And in which case, someone like Sally Phillips will not be stupid enough to send her child to a fucking trampoline park, okay, if they had a neck problem. So you undermine the parent, you undermine the doctors, and you create a whole distressful situation because you didn't fucking think and you didn't take into account to say, when the parent tells you, no, it's not a requirement, there's been a policy change, you can't then turn around and say, well, tough, this is how it is. It's like, well, no, because if anything happens, it's okay. You're not liable because we told you there isn't an issue, and it just so happened that now it became an issue. And yeah, and she works, like, she's a big advocate. She works with, let me see. She's a patron of the Down Syndrome Association as well. So she's in the institution as well. She's not just like, a parent that just dealing with her own kid. She helps in that. She uses her position and fame to kind of help raise awareness. So I just want to bring, I feel bad, like the stress that some people go through.
And the thing is that is another taboo. Like that disabled people are still looked at as children. Like we're not. We know how to.
Well, this person was a child, by the way.
No, but that's what I'm saying. But he's a teenager. He's a teenager.
Well, that's still a child. It depends.
It's a child, but look, their mum has worked hard to let him have as normal a life as possible. And he went there with his friends and his brother, and the mother was there as well. And it's something that they've done many, many times. Now you turn around and you do this, and that could affect the child's psychologically. You know, it could damage their self-esteem. And their Down syndrome, they have a lot of awareness. They don't know how to cope with certain things, but they have a lot of awareness. They're not, you know, they're not like people with severe autism or non-verbal autism or things like that, where they don't understand certain things. It's just a change of routine. This one had dire consequences to say, oh, what, I can't live a normal life. Look, I'm not normal. I'm all this. And it's horrible. You know, I felt really bad. But I want to highlight it because, again, it's just, I mean, I fucking loathe the treatment of disabled people in this country. It makes me sick to my stomach. Even before I became one as well. I you know, been in the industry and I know what they're like. It's just fucking horrible.
You want
to do a next article when you've done talking?
You want to do a couple? You want to do the next article? Or I've got something.
Yeah, you could do the next one if you want to. If you have one, we could do one each. Do it like that.
I just got some clips on Israel.
Yeah, that's fine, mate.
Yeah, just some interesting stuff that I thought we could look at. One of them is, I don't want to say ironic, but obvious. The other one is shocking. Okay, so and it's not even people being killed, but it's still shocking.
Just wait one second, mate. I just want to delete some stuff and then. Okay, I'm good. Let's rock and roll.
All right, let's start with this. Freudian slips. All right, there we go.
We are not the victims. Sorry, we are the victims. We are not the aggressors.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Tell you that we are not targeting anyone else in Gaza but civilians. Hamas is terrorists, of course.
If the international media is objective, it serves Hamas. If it just shows both sides, it serves Hamas.
Sverige och EU står enat i att Israel har rätt till till försvar inom
Right to jealous.
We need to see a cease. We need to see a humanitarian pause so we can flow.
Yeah, I remember that.
Of the levels of violence that we're seeing.
The decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq. I mean, of Ukraine.
Nobody does it better. Nobody does it better than George W. Bush. He's the best.
And I would like to use the rest of my time to say how appalled I am that people are bringing up the Holocaust. Do not use other genocides to describe this one.
Whoops.
Oh, if you realize instantly. All right, that's that one. Okay.
That was lovely.
Yeah, that was good. Now I got something else. Let me just quickly put it up.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
This one, unfortunately, is quite disturbing. So when you got the backing of the United States, you feel you could do anything and you'll never feel any repercussions for it. And this is a prime example of that.
Before I share this video, I just want to apologize for how deeply offensive it is. This by no way, shape, or form represents my values or my beliefs. So brace yourself and let's talk about it.
Hey, what's your name? Shumu. What's your name? 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 Amen. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
My name now.
I mean, we all thought that savagely murdering 45,000 innocent civilians is hitting rock bottom, but no, they have to sprinkle a little of racism on top. And they do that boldly and proudly. They video it and post it on the internet where it's there forever. But why would they care? Their government isn't being held accountable, so the citizens think that they're invincible. So they post stuff like this on the internet. I mean, this is really rich, coming from people that live on stolen land, stolen culture, stolen food. I mean, hell, everything is stolen. They're so fake. Save Gaza, free the world from the Israeli regime. Before I share this video.
All right,
Yeah.
so like I said,
unfortunately, I've seen that clip before, but that is just that's Zionists in a nutshell. They are fucking racist, white supremacists, and they have a huge disdain for like Arabs and Africans as well. They sterilized Ethiopian Jews in Israel. Okay, thousands of them. So
the breeding, yeah.
Right. So, sorry, I know you guys were talking about something else, but I've put in private chats and an advert that
Okay,
I'll put it up for you, mate. Yeah, I've seen it.
But it annoys me that this regime, the funding they get and everything, and then this sort of stuff, and like this is made news. No, but the point is like this is where it's only going to make news on TikTok, on our channel, because this, in my opinion, is news, and you're not going to see this on CNN or BBC or anything like that. They're not going to show this shit whatsoever. You know, the only way you're going to know about how racist these wankers are is through channels like ours, which try to really get into the meat and potatoes of how terrible the Israelis are when it comes to this particular conflict.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I'll come back to you, Zam. I'm just going to play this video.
No, I'm done.
Oh, okay. Well, I still want to say a few things, but I want to play this video as well.
Okay.
We can go back. There's no structure.
Hey, bartender. You assume that I cannot drink a margarita, so you don't serve me a margarita? So I don't drink a margarita.
Oh, gosh.
Your assumption becomes reality. And parents, you assume that I cannot live on my own, so you don't encourage me to live on my own. So I don't live on my own. Coach, you assume that I cannot hit harder, so you don't train me to hit harder. So I don't hit harder. And teacher, you assume that I cannot learn Shakespeare, so you don't teach me Shakespeare.
Old MacDonald had a farm.
So I don't learn Shakespeare. E-I-E-I-O. But hey, if all your assumptions become reality, then assume that I can drink a margarita. Will you serve me a margarita? So I drink a margarita. Assume that I can live on my own. So I live on my own. Assume that I can hit harder. So I hit harder. Assume that I can learn Shakespeare. So, what fools these mortals be? I learned fucking Shakespeare.
Lovely.
Assume I can swear, right? Assume that I can do that job. That I can go to parties. That I can have sex. That I can be on stage. Assume that I can. So maybe I will.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I saw that the other day and I thought it was fucking brilliant.
Yeah, that's fucking fantastic.
Yeah,
absolutely fucking brilliant. But yeah, I mean, again, so one of the students I worked with, who was actually saw his mother the other day, so it was nice catching up. He had a Down syndrome, but he was one of the ones, a lot of behavioral problems as well, very prone to violence and all this kind of stuff. However, when he came to us, you know, he was very protected because he can have his outbursts and all that. But that protection fed into his insecurities. So me and my best mate, who I worked with there as well, okay, we changed that. It was like, no. You're fucking 24 years old. We're going to treat you like a fucking 24-year-old. And he came from a cocoon to somebody who's going out, getting his haircuts, going swimming, obviously with support, because he still had prone like outbursts and all that. But he went from somebody who lived indoors for 3 years to out and about and being normalized, because we worked on the thing that he's an adult, should be treated like an adult. That's why that advert was fantastic, because again, don't make the assumption that just because they are a certain way, they can't do a certain thing. Treat them like a fucking adult, and you work with them to find what their strengths are and their weaknesses. It's as simple as that. So
yeah, I've come across people with Down syndrome who are of all types, just like any other person would be, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah,
absolutely. So that was a great one. But back onto the Israel thing. So I want to just again talk about the hypocrisy of the West. What have I done here? Oh well.
Well, I lost it to you, did you? Oh,
hey, it's all good, baby. You want to go on top tonight? You can go on top. So let's have a look here. Right. Exclusive. British traitors fighting for Vladimir Putin in Ukraine exposed and branded an absolute disgrace. Now, look, I'm not going to read the whole article because you don't need to. You understand the gist of it, all right?
Yeah, but they're
British
representing
soldiers
Russia.
Gone off to fight for Russia for Vladimir Putin, okay? So we don't need to go into the details. Now, this is absolute. They are traitors. No doubt about that. However, what do we call the ones that have gone off to fight for the IDF? Oh, they're heroes. Oh, actually, we don't talk about that at all. We don't talk about the fact that 20,000 British citizens and soldiers that went off to fight for Israel have come home in the past couple of weeks. Then we don't talk about that. Why? Because it's a fucking crime. It's treason. It is an actual crime. But who's going to get prosecuted? The ones that went off and fought for Israel, or the ones that went off and fought for Russia? By the way, there are also Brits that went and fought for Ukraine. Guess what? Branded heroes, not even talked about in the press at all because they know it's illegal. There's video evidence of British and Americans, soldiers and citizens that have gone to fight for Ukraine. You're not allowed to do that. That's against the law. Gaz?
But I mean, it's the same thing with that lady. What's her name? Shamina. She for the last 4 or 5 years we've been dealing with should she come back? Not dealing that she was a teenager and she got manipulated into going to that, and then we let people go to literally commit genocide for the IDF and not a whisper. I'm like,
yeah,
come on.
It completely nullifies whatever thoughts and opinions people had about Shamima Begum. Yes, she should come. She should be allowed to come back, but she should also face the consequences of that. You know,
I agree.
And have the psychological test. Make sure
The
that
fact-
she's still radicalized for this. Face a prison sentence for doing what she did as well. Doesn't matter if she's a minor, and then integrate back into society. She's willing to face those consequences. But we made a whole media shitstorm over her. All right, but silence on the IDF. The Brits going over to fight for the IDF, silence for the Brits and the Americans fighting for Ukraine, and also there's thousands of Americans that have gone over to fight for the IDF, and this violates, it's treason. It's basically looked at as treason. So I wanted to, just highlight that as well. Any thoughts on that, Zam?
No. I did have something to say, but it slipped my mind. I'm pissed off.
All right. If it comes back, no problem. We can go on to one you have, Gaz. If you've got anything to say before we go on to
No, because anything I've got to say, I've already said.
Zam, do you have one?
Clip wise, I got something a bit funny actually. As we are in the month of Ramadan, I thought I'd bring this up.
I'm still here. I'm just going to grab a drink from my fridge, so I'm still watching.
But you know, our good friend Jordan Peterson, he has an issue with a particular person. Sorry, I forgot to add the.
Oh, you don't say.
I forgot to add the sound. So
okay, I want to make this perfectly clear. Jordan Peterson to me is like crack cocaine. I can't get enough of the prayer.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, here we go. Get your dose right now, mate.
Recently, Elmo tweeted, "Ramadan Mubarak, everybody. Elmo loves you." Very tame, acknowledging a holiday. Gordon B. Peterson comes in. Hamas will never win over the righteous keepers.
Oh, I played this a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I hate
Did
Elmo.
you?
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
This is about
but it's fake.
Happy birthday to his friend Slimy. Okay, and
It's
Jordan
fake.
B. Peterson says, "Go away and leave us alone."
Oh, fine.
Virtual
I
signaling.
don't want-
It's fake, unfortunately.
Well,
But listen, when I played, when I not played it, when I showed that, I thought it was real too. It got debunked the next day.
Damn
it! It's still fucking funny though. I love it. It's still funny. Gaz, go on.
There has been a bit of, I mean, LBC was had people on it talking about the fact that Muslims have like celebrations up during Easter. I'm like, so why does it bother you? I mean, like, the thing is that we all as a community want to celebrate each other's holidays. Surely that's a positive thing, not a negative.
And Muslims believe in Jesus Christ. He's called Isab. He's called Isab, so he's part of he's one of their prophets, like Moses is.
It's Virgin Mary.
Yeah. So and Adam and Eve and all of these people, like it's just like with each religion, like the last prophet is their prophet. So with the Jews it's Moses, and then with the Christians it's Jesus, and with the Muslims there was a prophet after him, as far as they're concerned, and that's Muhammad. But Jesus was still one of their prophets. They believe in him, you know.
Different. A lot of like the racist right wingers in this country are going, like the fact that they have their celebrations up during while it's Easter, that's wrong. That they're desecrating. It's like, dude, it's Ramadan for them. It's like their religious holiday as well. I mean, it's like, are you mental? It's like, look, the whole thing about Easter is that we can all celebrate it, and we want people to celebrate it for whatever reason they want. Like, I don't bother. I don't care if people eat a chocolate egg or not, or a cross bugs. It doesn't bother me.
And Ramadan is on the Islamic calendar, which is different to the world calendar. So every year the dates shift, and in the past, Ramadan has happened over Christmas. And
that kind of shift.
Yeah, it changes every. I think it goes back every 11 days every year and stuff like that. So, but the Islamic calendar is shorter than the world calendar. So these are non-issues. But once again, the fact that the right wing make these an issue kind of shows you how fucking stupid they are.
Yeah, and they say nothing about Passover either, because this is Passover time as well.
Yes,
So, and that's a Jewish holiday. This is where all this shit comes from.
Can you pass over the bread, please?
Exactly.
Because the Last Supper happened at Passover. That's the reason why.
Exactly. But they don't fucking talk about that stuff. It's just again.
And Hanukkah happened over Christmas as well. Let's not forget that.
It's like grow up.
The Festival of Light, the Diwali Festival of Light, happens to coincide with bloody Guy Fawkes Night. I mean, so all of these things.
I'll tell you what, Dan. When I was, you know this because this is near where you are. So when I was studying in Ealing, I lived my second year onwards. I lived in Alperton, or just on the Hanger Lane roundabout.
Yeah. Familiar.
Literally right there. So the first year we lived there, we walked like about half a mile up, where you got like this street which is just all Indian shops and all that, right by Alperton Station. And all that, and we just so happened to be going there during Diwali, and it's the world's great
Ealing Road, I believe it's called.
Is
it Ealing Road?
No, it's just give me.
I know the name of that road. I know the name of the road with Appleton State. I'm sure it's called Ealing Road.
Might be. I don't want to undermine your knowledge as a cabbie, because I suck with with remembering road names. So let me see. But I just want to right, hang on.
Yeah, Ealing Road. I was right. Yeah, I was right.
Oh, you're right. Okay, my apologies. So Ealing Road. I don't know why I thought otherwise. You're the fucking cabbie. Yeah, on Ealing Road, which is where Alperton Station is. I was walking up there to go to the shops to get some spices and shit, because they're open quite late. And it was Diwali at the time. I didn't know nothing about it back then. I saw the world's greatest fireworks display I ever seen in my life was there. It was incredible.
Oh yeah, they go all out for it.
They
go all out for it.
Oh my god, mate! They make Guy Fawkes look like a wet fart.
When it comes to their celebrations,
they do not fuck about.
It's all about dancing and all of that sort of stuff. I've been involved in that, so I'd be like the
suck my dick.
the Bangras and stuff like that. Like, my God, like the synchronization, it looks so easy, and then I'm doing it, you know, and I'm not supposed to tell anyone that I'm Muslim, or back then when I was calling myself Muslim, but regardless, I'm doing it, and I can't synchronize for shit, and I'm looking like a fucking idiot. I'm hitting people's hands, not the sticks, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. You know, it's like, oh God, yeah. But the festival of color, I would never get involved in because you're throwing powder at people and stuff like that. But the festival of light with all the fireworks and all of that, that's pretty cool. And yeah, a place like Ealing Road where there's going to be loads of Hindus and Muslims, or mainly God knows what.
It was mainly
Punjabis
Hindus
as well. Yeah.
Punjabis, all of that.
Areas like Queensbury, there's loads of Hindus there, loads.
Yeah.
That part of the world. So
yeah, we did a lot of jobs there when I was doing coving with my dad, or in the building game with my dad. It was like, a lot of Indians. It's when I first drank my first masala tea. I fell in love with it. It was awesome.
There's some good restaurants there.
Some of the best restaurants are around that area for sure.
Good stuff there.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, and again, coming back exactly to what we were talking about, right now they're having a meltdown over the word Easter being taken out, which hasn't been taken out, and they're literally posting articles in newspapers with the word Easter on Cadbury's branding, trying to claim that they're getting rid of the word Easter. It was like, no, one shop did that, and then this whole thing blows out of proportion because, again, nice distraction for everyone. And it's just like, stop being a fucking hypocrites. You the only thing you care about Easter is the fact that you get Friday and Monday off. That's it. You don't go to fucking church. Who the fuck goes to church at Easter? You know what I mean? Like, none of these lot do. It's just fucking ridiculous. Hypocrites.
Yeah.
All right. On to P. Diddley. P. Diddler. Fuck that segue up. Great. Brilliant. So, unless you've been living under a rock, you would have seen that the mogul of garbage, P. Diddy, he had his home raided by not the FBI, Homeland Security. And when Homeland Security raids your fucking house, that means this is an international incident, not just a bloody domestic.
And they do their homework as well. Like, this is not just a off the cuff sort of raid. They make sure they what they do is because they've done a lot of research on you. Sometimes going back years of research. Sometimes.
Yep.
So yeah.
Exactly. And so they raided all his properties. Properties owned by Sean Diddler Combs, located in Miami, LA, were raided by Homeland Security on Monday afternoon. NBC News cited an unnamed source as saying that 3 women and a man have been interviewed by federal officials in Manhattan, and 3 other interviews are scheduled in relation to allegations of sex trafficking, sexual assault, and the solicitation and distribution of illegal narcotics and firearms. However, it remains unconfirmed whether Combs himself is the focus of the investigation. Although multiple sexual misconducts have been levied against him in recent months, the raids were first reported by Fox 11 News. They're just reporting the raids, so don't think, oh, Fox News were... Okay, they're just reporting that these places got raided. In a statement, Homeland Security Investigations confirmed Homeland Security Investigations, HSI New York, executed law enforcement, blah, 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 the artist face a number of lawsuits stemming from sexual assault charges started last year with accusations from R&B singer Cassie, who, by the way, is married to a billionaire, so really didn't need to come out and do this, but she did it because she felt it's the right time to come out. She dated Combs for years. In a filed suit, the suit claimed Combs had been combative towards her throughout the relationship. She described him as a serial domestic abuser who would regularly beat and kick Mrs. Ventura. The following day, 2 parties settled the lawsuit on what they described as amicable terms. Basically, she was right. When you do a payout, a settlement, that means you ain't got a fucking leg to stand on, and the charges are correct. Following those allegations, Coombe issued a resignation as chairman of Revolt, and his Hulu reality show has subsequently been cancelled. Another lawsuit filed in December alleged that Combs had gang raped a 17-year-old girl in 2003. The plaintiff, identified as Jane Doe, accused Combs of plying her with drugs and alcohol and at his New York studio, then raping her along with 2 associates. The suit accused Combs of sex trafficking scheme in which Jane Doe was flown by private jet from her home in Michigan to New York. Douglas Widgett, a lawyer for Cassie and Jane Doe, responded, reports, search, blah, blah, blah. We will always support law enforcement when it seeks to prosecute those that have violated the law. Hopefully, this is the beginning of a process that will hold Mr. Combs responsible for his grave conduct. Gaz, and if you had your hand up during that, please be aware I can't see you.
I did it after you read that.
Yeah, I apologize if I didn't. Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on, man.
Right. So what I've heard is that apparently, and I say the word apparently, he had known the lady Jane Doe for a while and had kind of basically adopted her so that he could do bad things to her. Basically, I don't want to say dumb things, but
yeah.
And I think is that, and I think the problem here is the same thing with R. Kelly. He got his ego got so big that he think I was invincible. I was this. The only thing that I'm kind of that makes me question this, and you guys are going to have a go at me, I know, is the fact that in 2003 he wasn't single. He was seeing J-Lo. Because I think he was with her, 2003 to like 2000.
It doesn't matter. It makes no difference.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was seeing Ghislaine Maxwell, dude. I mean, come on, Gary.
She was complicit in his crimes, though. I don't think J-Lo would have been complicit in anything.
But just because you were going out with someone doesn't mean that you're not capable of doing these incidences.
No. What
no, she's not complicit. If she knew about it, yes, but.
That's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, if you're in a relationship with somebody, it's hard to not be with them a lot because usually, especially if it's new, because I think that you only just started going out, they're going to be around you a lot because they want to be.
All right. Well, fair enough, Gary. That doesn't mean that before.
Tangent.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that before he wasn't doing shady stuff. It doesn't mean that after he wasn't doing shady stuff. Just because he might have had a moment where he wasn't noncing girls for 2, 3, 4 years means nothing. You know what I mean?
But I will say, I think he went to the point where his ego and his power went to his head, and he just went, "I'm invincible," and that's why.
That's what happens to all of them. Unfortunately, that's what happens to all of them. Even it happens to everyone. I mean, Donald Trump is like that right now. I mean, the guy should be in jail a long time ago. He still isn't. That's why he feels he can threaten the judge's daughter, and stuff like that. I mentioned that you have obviously R. Kelly doing what he did. He's even singing about it. Age is only but a number. Bump and grind. All of these things. He's singing about all of this stuff. Jeffrey Epstein as well, like Billionaires Boys Club. Yeah, we could traffic these girls, no problem. Even people like Matt Gaetz think he can get away with it because they're calling the other side pedophiles all the time. He feels like he can get away with it himself because they're never going to blame him and they're going to stand by him. The same way they did with Roy Moore because he's got an R against his name. Same way they're doing against with Donald Trump, but he's got an R against his name, and he's also a nonce as well.
Yeah,
so
we just had a Tory donor has resigned from something or other because of the rape accusations and all of that, and they got to resign. They weren't thrown out. You know what I mean? It's like just people with power, man. They just think they can get away with it. They think they're invincible. They think the law's on their side. But you don't. Sometimes you don't need the law.
Vince
you just
McMahon,
need. Yeah, Vince McMahon, great example. Vince McMahon.
But unfortunately, these people only get. I mean, look, P. Diddy's still. When I say young, I mean he's in his 50s. But unfortunately, it just takes a long time, most of the time, for these people to ever face justice, if at all. I mean, Vince McMahon, in my opinion, will never see it inside of a jail cell. I think maybe P. Diddy now is hiding in Antigua, so he's outside of America. And
does Antigua not have any sort of like extradition laws with the US?
Well, he's got one thing. P. Diddy has is money, so Antigua will take that over anything legal, in my opinion. and
yeah, and then he'd probably get another private jet away from Antigua to somewhere else, kind of thing.
You go somewhere like Dubai and stuff like that, where they'll happily, put up
Yeah,
nonsense,
they've got extradition laws there.
yeah, stuff, and then he'll be totally fine.
See you,
He'll be living
Vance.
the life of
Great,
right.
mate.
See you later, Vance. Yeah, mate. Yeah, hope you get well soon, mate, with your pain. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, so
But
you don't feel too well.
But yeah, so they'll go to parts of the world where they'll be treated like kings. They got loads of money. He at one point I think he was a billionaire, and so yeah, he's set for life.
Yeah,
as long as he doesn't step back into America again, I think that is something he's willing to do. If it means not going back to jail, then he'll do it.
Well, and there's other allegations that he was like of him, like even like trafficking like Bieber, or trying to take him to parties when he was underage to get him like laid and all this kind of stuff, and possibly even grooming him. But of course, I'm just saying these are allegations. Nothing's in concrete here.
I heard people like Cuba Gooding Jr. used to hang around with him quite a lot, and he had people like who were involved in sports, like the NFL and baseball players and stuff like that, who would come to his house for nonce parties or God knows what, or for like orgies or whatever, and he would film all of this stuff, so he's got something on them. His house is full of cameras.
So
every
Epstein.
room, very, very, very Epstein-like, so basically he's like a Epstein for black entertainment, basically,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's probably why he's fucked off. He's probably more worried about ending up like Epstein than anything else, because
he's tarnished now. I mean, like he deserves it anyway. Like people always say, you're guilty until you prove it innocent. They've been saying that about Andrew Tate, in a way that he actually. So you're innocent till proven guilty, which is what they say about Andrew Tate, to say that he is actually innocent because he's been proven guilty yet. It's rubbish. And when you have allegations coming at the wazoo from so many different people, proper allegations,
and you're
like
posting about these crimes as well.
And these things go back like almost 40 years. Some of these things go back to the 80s, like 1989. So 35 years. Yeah. Sorry, did he? You got too many skeletons in your closet for me to even assume that you're innocent. You're done.
Also, it's domestic violence framing charge as well, like framing like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I'm sorry, but like, I don't care what a woman says or what she does. You don't get to put your hands on her. If she pisses you off that much, leave. I know it's not a nice thing to do, but fucking leave.
No, that's obvious, Gary.
It's a control. Purely control thing.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you just don't throw the first punch. Or, I mean, if I had a mate of mine who would tell me, if a woman does anything, you just walk away. And I think to myself, well, what happens if she hits me? And he goes, well, you just walk away. Well, no, mate. If you throw the first punch, equal rights is right there. I'm gonna give you some equal rights right back. You know what I mean? Because
the law won't see that.
Yeah, but no, like it's something like
I'm with you. Equal rights. Like if you punch me, you're going down.
You're going down.
You're going down.
Yeah, you want equality. You're getting it right there.
Just I went down to London in July to see these two, so that may happen. I bring you my special link
as well. Come and enjoy the orgy, Cheeto. You know what I mean?
Yes, Cheeto's dying for it, man. You can tell.
He loves it. He's such a
he loves it.
Slag. Yeah. Speaking of dirty little slags, Candace Owen has been fired. Or no, she leave or let go?
She's been fired, but she's been fired. She's been fired, by the way. And I'm going to quickly look for. While you talk about it, I'm going to look for something. You reminded me. But go on.
That's fine. Yes, you are, Cheeto. You are a dirty little slag. So she got fired from the Daily Wire, and basically the straw that broke the camel's back was it's not even the anti-Semitism, because she's always been anti-Semitic. She's always said a lot of anti-Semitic shit. She even like supported Kanye West and everything he was saying and all this, and she was talking about like the Jewish mafias in Hollywood and all this kind of shit. But the straw that broke the camel's back is a straw that breaks everyone's back, and that is, of course, protection of Israel. So her criticism of Israel, and one of the few times where she was actually correct about her criticism of Israel, seems to be what pushed Ben Shapiro and the other guy that runs the Daily Wire over the edge. And so, yeah, that's the one, Boring, Mr. Boring. And that's what got her fired. And, you know, it was whatever, man. No sympathy. Now the knives are out, they're going to be fighting each other. I'm pretty sure if we don't hear anything else from Candice, that means that lawyers are involved and NDAs have been signed and all this kind of shit. And that seemed evidence with Ben Shapiro when he appeared on Piers Morgan's show. And in true hypocritical fashion, when other companies do what they do to people like Shapiro like, it, you know, they want to know all the details. Why did this happen? You know, this is silencing and you can't protect freedom of speech and all this kind of shit. And then when Piers Morgan put Ben Shapiro to task it, Ben's like, I'm not going to talk about it. It's nobody's business.
Well, yeah, actually, yeah, I got that actually. Let's just watch that. Let's watch that. That's what I want to talk about.
Why didn't you tell me that that's the clip you had? I just ruined the surprise for everyone.
No,
you suck.
Oh god, my bird just had the
Goddamn racist.
All right, let me just clean that up as well. Play.
You and your company have been at the center of a very high-profile one at the moment with Candice Owens, who's now left Daily Wire. Was she fired, or did she leave of her own volition?
I'm not going to speak to this topic, Piers.
At all?
At all.
You can't give me any insight into why she departed?
No hints, no nothing. I'm not going to speak to this.
Can I ask why?
I mean, you can ask.
No, I'm not. You can ask why you don't want to say anything.
Again, you can ask.
I'm only curious because I know what a staunch defender of free speech you are, and it would surprise me if it had been someone's opinions that would make you want to part company with them. However contentious.
I mean, suffice it to say, the only thing I will say is what I've said all along with regard to Candice or with regard to any of our other hosts. I am not in hiring and firing position with the Daily Wire. I'm a co-founder of the Daily Wire. I'm a co-owner of the Daily Wire. I'm not actually in management.
You and your company have been at the center
of you lying piece of shit.
That's a lovely sign of that.
I'm not. Yeah, go on, guys.
Go, guys.
Well, I was gonna say this is one time I could not give a shit because Candice Owens has been at the center of flaming anti-trans stuff and this stuff. There's a word. Candace a bitch, and what goes around comes around, and it's coming around for you, bitch. So fuck off, Candice, and off you fuck. That's all I'm gonna say.
Zing.
Yeah,
Gary.
sorry.
I'm not a fan of Candice Owens, so I'm not going. And for me, the enemy of my enemy is not my friend, because Candice Owens is no longer part of the Daily Wire, who are very pro-Zionist, very pro-Israel. And Candice Owens was speaking up against them. Doesn't mean that all of a sudden that I'm with Candice Owens on this. You know, she can go fuck herself. You know, she's pro-Nazi. You know, and all of that sort of shit. She's a terrible human being, and there's no buts in this.
And she's the worst thing, which is she's a race traitor. That's the worst thing that she is.
They pick me, dude. She's a pick me. There's loads of people like her, dude. You know, she says that if she saw a female pilot, she'd be terrified of going on that plane because the pilot's a woman. Theoretically, if that's the case, we should be terrified of listening to a podcast because she might say some stupid shit because she's a woman. Yeah. You know what I mean? So,
I mean, she's a woman, and they always talk shit, anyways. Oh, I mean, yeah, you're right, Zan.
But yeah,
don't cancel us, people.
But watching that clip, seeing the smugness on Ben Shapiro's face, you know, like Ben Shapiro is in a really weird position because when it comes to the right wing, you got right wingers who are pro-Israel, and you got right wingers who are anti-Semite as fuck. You know, like Nick Fuentes and stuff like that. And so,
Like Candace Owens.
I don't think Candace Owens was more pro-Palestinian than anti. But yeah, she is actually anti-Semitic.
No, she's
recently.
anti-Semitic.
Yeah. I agree with the Christian blood comment and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's definitely anti-Semitic. So this is the problem now because Ben Shapiro, he panders to these dickheads. He panders to which is why he has to.
You see? Can you
What's
see that?
Yeah. I see it. Tell me if you can. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Sorry,
like I said, Ben Shapiro has been in this situation for a while now because of anti-Semitism, and he's on that side and he supports. He panders to a lot of anti-Semites. This is an issue for him. He's had this issue for a while, and now Candace Owens is another person in that issue too. So you reap what you sow. You want to hang around with a bunch of people who hate you or are happy to throw you into the bus because you're Jewish, and this is what you get, Ben Shapiro.
Yeah,
this is what you
there's
get.
no loyalty among them. I mean, Cheeto hit the nail on the point here because I would be afraid to get in Voyager because its captain was a woman. You never know. She might get the freaking ship thrown across the galaxy.
Well, it wasn't her fault, but yeah,
the
I know
first
what you mean.
women captain and they're fucking lost. I mean, just that's just fucking.
They did make it back in the end. To agree.
Yeah,
but it wasn't her fault. But...
Spoiler alert, Gary! Spoiler alert.
Yeah, for a series that's 20 years old.
Yeah.
Almost 30 years old.
I've got no fucking sympathy for. Well, let the right fight. They're always fighting. They've got no loyalty to each other. They were happy with her to say. So the thing you need to understand about Zionists as well is right-wing Jews are basically like, you know what? I don't care if you're anti-Semitic as long as you're pro-Israel, because you also get a lot of right-wingers that are pro-Israel
because of biblical prophecy.
Yeah, because of a biblical prophecy, but are massive anti-Semites. But again, I told you, right-wing Jews are just as unprincipled as any other kind of right-wingers. Right-wingers just, you can hate me as long as I can still profit from you, and as long as you still fight for my cause, then that's fine, kind of thing. And it's
as long as I can still keep the grift going, So
yeah. Let them fight.
Yeah.
I mean, how long before Candace goes on Fox News or some sort of thing like that?
No, she won't go on Fox News. But what she's an influencer, dude. What she's doing is that she's doing I saw prior to her being fired, she was working with people like Destiny and stuff like that, and going on other people's podcasts. She's trying to get her name out there because I think she knew the writing was on the wall regarding her leaving the Daily Wire. Maybe not as quickly as she did think, because the last podcast you see her do, she did say that she'll be back on tomorrow talking about something or other, but that wasn't the case because she was already fired. But regardless, she did know the writing was on the wall, so she was looking elsewhere to keep her popularity out there. She is full of shit. She is a grifter. She started off as a lefty, like people like Dave Rubin did. Realized there's no money in left-wing politics. Because honestly, if we were right wing with our ideologies, and we started calling everything woke and shitting on foreigners,
we
and
could
all
just
of
do
that.
it now. We could just do the alternative universe thing. I mean, I could just do the right wing talk. I could just do the critical drinker. Just go, Hollywood is woke. Just for the next 5 minutes.
There's so much, but there's so much money in being right wing. When it comes to all this shit, it's so because all these incels and all these dickheads, they just throw money at you. They really do. They'll give you everything.
They love their record chambers. They fucking love their record chambers. They just want their beliefs reaffirmed from 50,000 different voices. They don't like all opposing views. That's why they do everything to try to silence you or dox you or go after you or, take part in become stochastic terrorists and all this kind of shit.
Yeah, and so as we are tangenting a little bit, things like Madam Web and all of this shit, mate, for them it's a dream come true. When you people this is where Hollywood shoots themselves in the foot, because as soon as I saw the Madam Web trailer, I thought, oh my god, this film's going to get ripped to pieces.
Yeah,
by the but even people on our side of the political spectrum hate it. But regardless, we hate it because we're critical on it. We don't hate it because woman. You know what I mean? We hate it because it's bad writing, bad directing, bad storyline, all of that sort of shit. So so what I'm trying to say is that unfortunately there is a lot of crap stuff out there which they can pounce on, which serves their argument, so to speak, but they're doing it from a right-wing perspective because of certain people who don't fit the mold and everything's fucking woke. So yeah, sorry, Gary.
Yeah. Yes.
So I want to bring up the conversation we were having, because we were having a conversation in private about critical drinking. Now, I think him getting banned is a good thing because he is to film criticism what I am to.
Hang on, has he been banned?
No, he hasn't been banned.
No, but I was saying potentially. But he is to film criticism what I am to parkour jumping, right? I mean, he is fucking terrible. Like his arguments are, his criticisms are woke. That's all he does. That's his entire thing. I mean, he started off as really bad. I mean, because his film.
I liked him.
No. He started off really good.
He started off really good. I liked him. I liked him a lot.
When he criticized Star Wars for something, it got a lot of audience in, and then that was it. It was game over. Like so many of them, it was game over.
Yeah. They realized what side their their bread is buttered. Sorry, and they just went down that particular rabbit hole, and that's what critical drinking does. That's what Nerdrotic does. There is some. If you look at Nerdrotic's history, there is stuff of him being quite progressive. But the moment he had one opinion, which was a little bit going slanted in the other direction, which is fair enough. We all might have an opinion like that. But he realized, okay, that's it. I'm going to just go down that route, and this is going to be my persona now. A whole change of everything, and that's what he did.
So why is there a possibility of him getting banned?
No, apparently Disney and Hollywood are hating on all these critics because they're shitting on their shows and shitting on their movies, because these people are now who people look at when it comes to reviews and speculation and all of that. They don't really look at Rotten Tomatoes anymore. They go to people like Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker to find out what a show's going to be like, and apparently Disney want to ban people like that. But you see, this is where I disagree with you, boss man, because you can't be. It's a slippery slope, mate. You know what I mean? You can't. It is a slippery slope.
Oh, it is. It is.
I'll argue why I think he should be banned. Okay.
I'll tell you what. You say what you're going to say, then I'll pop in.
All right, no problem. Right. His rhetoric is dangerous. All right. It is promoting a ultra very right wing idea that everything has to be this sort of like. I mean, we have to go back to 2008 again, where like white people play black roles. Like who was it? Emma Stone was playing a half Japanese role in a flaming Hawaiian movie, or whatever it was. And then someone else was playing a black role. It's like
Middle Easterns are played by white people.
Exactly. So and the thing is that we've progressed now. We've learned that was a bad thing, and because these idiots don't understand that Hollywood have now decided that wasn't a very good thing. Let's progress and bring other black actors and stuff like that with us. Now, the people like that are dangerous because what they're going to do, they're going to get somebody hurt. Okay, they're going to get somebody really, really hurt because one of these people will. I'm going to predict this now. Is going to do something really bad. I'm going to predict it now. All right, we'll come back to this in 5 years, and I'm putting an opinion on this now. Someone's going to do something stupid based on what these idiots say. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so the reason this is a slippery slope is if you start with these kind of people that are saying, "Oh, woke this bad, woke that bad," you silence that criticism, and they can ban them. They can get them banned. They don't have to ban them. What they can do is they can bully Google and other platforms to suppress their videos, okay? Because they've done it with a lot of left-wing news outlets, and that's a slippery slope, guys, because you're thinking, great, they're going to silence the people that are a danger, and there is, like, definitely dangers there. They've driven people off of social media, okay, because of the threats and violence and all this kind of stuff that they have suffered. There's no argument against that. However, we've seen time and time again that they will overstep their mark. All right. And it doesn't begin with the right, it begins with the left. They've gone after, because left-wing news outlets are massively popular. They're actually a lot more popular than right-wing outlets. All right. That's where they're growing a lot faster. Okay. Google steps in. New York Times stepped in and did that whole bullshit article that created the adpocalypse that destroyed a lot of YouTubers in general. But it also ended up with a lot of left-wing news outlets getting suppressed. Okay. And this is the issue, because Disney can then turn around and say, great, now that we've silenced these lot, I don't like these people talking about the kind of shitty business practices that we're doing and the monopolies that we're running here. So let's silence those people as well. And where does it end? You know, and if you want to see how bad it can get, you just have to look at the Israeli lobby, where they literally go after everything and everyone at universities. Nothing is safe. So unfortunately, as much as you don't like it, you can't be banning people just because they run rhetoric. And there's the other flip side. 1 second, Zam, I'm nearly finished. And there's the other flip side is all these people, all these channels are plummeting in popularity because people are fed up of hearing the same shit. And the people running their own channels are also fed up. They've done it to us. You know, they've suppressed our channel as well. All right. But they're fed up of people talking about the same shit. And the people running those channels are also fed up of talking about the same shit. So it's more just a matter of time. Opinions are changing. People are moving on to the next fucking load of people. This group of twats will disappear. Another group of twats will come. You know, it is what it is. But I will say one other thing. What aren't people talking about or complaining about en masse like they would anything else? X-Men 97. And X-Men 97
is woke.
It's just picking up the can. It's very fucking woke. It's very, it has all its political messaging in there, which it's always had. But you know what? Everyone likes that, because when you create a fucking masterpiece, all right, you silence the critics, because there is always going to be ammunition for something to be criticized when it's really bad. And like Zam said, Disney don't help themselves when they make shit products because they want a demographic to be at the forefront. It's like, okay, we'll create a good product and everything falls into place. But when they don't do that, but when you get a great head writer who's black, by the way, and has been fired by Disney, all right, you get X-Men 97. And that's
you get the boys, which is woke as fuck. It's woke as fuck, and people love that. You get House of Dragon
and Finger Creek,
which is also woke, And the funny thing is that these sort of shows, prior to them being released, they get criticized by these right-wing channels. Ow, 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 ow! What the hell, man? Over there.
It's not right-wing channels that I've got a problem with, because, like, look, it's when you're promoting dangerous rhetoric against certain stars. Like, for example, look, we could all not like something for whatever reason we want to, maybe disagree with our politics or whatever, right? That's fine. It's when he goes to, let's harass, like, for example, Brie Larson gets harassed, Leslie Jones got harassed. What's the face?
Leslie Jones was terrible. What they did.
That's why people like Critical Drinker, I think, are the exception. Well, I don't believe in censorship. People like that, I do, because they want to go after the stars.
I'll be right.
And not go after the shit writing. Because the shit writing that you were just talking about.
You need people like us to counter Boss Man, because we can't be the arbiters or somebody else be the arbiters of who should be banned, because like I said before, that slippery slope is very likely to happen. So it's people like us who need to put these dickheads in their place and expose them for what they are, and also mock them when they get things wrong. Like Drinker, he got things like House of Dragon wrong. He made a video saying it was going to be woke and this, that, and the other. In fact, there's Black Targaryens in there and stuff like that. The show came out, absolute monster hit. Everyone loves it. So he had to change his thumbnail because obviously he looked like an idiot. There's the famous clip of him and regarding Japanese movies, stuff like that. He has looked like an idiot on many occasions, and same with the people who complained about X-Men 97 before it came out. They were complaining about it being woke, obviously, with the binary morph and various other things. Now the show's come out, absolute monster for Disney Plus. People are watching it. New generations, old generations, they're absolutely loving it. I'm actually absolutely loving it. I think it's. I feel. I don't think people realize how it has taken a more updated turn. It feels more adult orientated.
Don't talk about it too much. I will, because I just to say I'm going to go into it later because I want to bring Cheeto in as well. Cheeto, if you want to join us later, because I want us to do like a 3-episode discussion about what we've seen so far with X-Men 97.
Yeah.
So you don't need to go into detail.
But fair enough. There are stuff which is going to be woke, which is going to be good. There are stuff which is going to be woke, which is going to be shit, which is going to be the fodder that they need. They're going to shit on it even if it is good prior to it coming out, because it's still going to be fodder that they need. But it's up to people like us to put these dickheads in their place, and that's how we get them. But unfortunately, they're always going to have people who will worship them. They'll have the incels as well, who are growing in mass because they because that's how incels are. Unfortunately, they're like Hydra. You get rid of one and two pop up. Like it's a battle, but these guys they take advantage of them because they're so easy to manipulate and so easy to get money out of.
But I just want to make it clear as well. So if one person's actions leads to people getting threatened, then yes, they should be banned. There's no like Libs of TikTok should not be anywhere on social media. In fact, she was banned, and then Musk brought her back in. Okay, because she's literally labeled as a stochastic terrorist. Alex Jones. Well. He's been banned. He's on his own platform. He's not on YouTube and all this kind of stuff.
No, but Elon Musk brought him back on Twitter, even though Elon Musk mentioned
you're right.
Elon Musk condemned Alex Jones and said that people like him don't have a platform because he could relate to the shooters. But then obviously Alex Jones, being very popular, he ate his own words and brought him back because Elon Musk is a right-wing cunt.
Yeah, exactly. And on that note, by the way, I've signed up to Blue Sky, which is Jack Dorsey's new
bloody
Twitter.
You find it? Is anybody able to sign up now, or do you need to be referenced by friends?
No, anyone can sign up. I signed up through the app. It's a bit weird, fiddly on laptop, so I just did it through the app. And yeah, I mean, it's lovely. It's just like Twitter of old.
Yeah, because I tried to sign up to Blue Sky, but they were still going through their beta testing.
Beta cut phase, but now they're
Judy, can you do the favor? Can you post a link to that in the contributors chat for us, so I can do that later on?
For the Blue Sky, yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's fine. But I mean, again, if and even to the point also, I'll go as far as to say, if people are driven off of Twitter, like Rose was, from Star Wars and all that, because the abuse was I would feedback to patient zeros and who were the kind of biggest instigators in that, and have them shut down in that regard. If you're putting somebody's life in danger, 100%, I don't take an issue there. If you're just having an opinion, and then you've got idiot fans that are taking that opinion thinking to do personal attacks, then no, I don't think they should be banned. But everything's a grey area, and it is a slippery slope. So I'm not can't bother to talk about Crowder. I'm gonna go into X-Men 97. Cheetah, if you want to jump in, but I will play one funny video when you do come in, because this tickled me quite a bit. So yeah, Cheeto, feel free to join us. We can go into X-Men 97, and then we've got the right. Let me just pause that. Volume is up, and we'll just wait for Cheeto to join us, and I'll play this video. It's quite funny. This harkens back to what we were talking about earlier with pollution and all this shit, but this just cracked me up. So let's just play this, and then we'll go into X-Men 97. Share screen. All right. Go here. No, not there. There. Full screen. Oh, hang on. You can't hear that. That's pretty low, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. Can you hear that?
Yes.
Barely.
No,
Yeah.
I can barely hear it, dude.
Oh, that's just the video, unfortunately. Is there any
You got it on
volume
full.
down?
I can see it
What's
right in the
that?
corner, but it doesn't look like it's on full volume.
No, it
Yeah,
was.
it's all-
He has it all the way up.
It's I have it up.
Okay,
All right,
good.
just we'll
that's
listen really closely. We'll try to tune our old ears.
Okay. All right. Let's try it. Just listening as closely as you can.
Yes. Every marine species is full of cocaine, did he say? What?
Yeah, so Alice, they're just asking about the cocaine that you've found. I mean, you're sampling these marine species, and you're finding that what's in the sewage water ends up in those species.
Yeah, exactly. The drugs affect this wildlife in the same way that they do us. So if you give a fish a contraceptive pill, it starts to feminize. If you give crabs antidepressants, it changes their behavior because those drugs were designed to change behavior. So if you give them illegal drugs as well, it has very much the same effect it has on them that it would do on people as well.
Richard, thanks very much.
So basically,
That is amazing. That is amazing.
So basically, yeah, the fish are starting to feminize because they've been exposed to contraceptive pills. The crabs are on antidepressants. The fish are on cocaine because all of this stuff is being flushed out as our rivers are being polluted with like raw sewage and all the drugs that are in there and all this kind of shit. That's just fucking hilarious. That is bunch of fish going nuts. Yeah, man, fucking rock and roll. Happiest crabs in the world. And fish.
There's like dance music going on, and they're going like.
But the fish is starting to feminize, so like you got gay salmon or something like that. What the fuck?
Oh. Yeah. Oh, here, look, they've actually got exclusive pictures of the fucking feminized fish, which is mental.
Oh man, I can't wait. Can't wait.
Zam, look, feminized fish, mate.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen that picture before.
I've posted that before, yeah, quite a few times. It's just a picture of AI I love.
Feminized fish, everybody.
X-Men 97. So we are 3 episodes in. Let's get some overalls. Cheeto, I'll start with you, seeing as you came in for this.
Yeah, it's really good. I thought episode 3 though, I'm not very familiar with the Goblin Queen in the comic book, so I'm gonna come right out and say I'm not. I know who she is. I know she's Madeline Pryor. I know all that. I'm not exactly familiar with how things transpired with Madeline Pryor in the comics, but I know it's kind of along the same lines of what's happened in the show. I just felt like it was rushed. Like, don't you feel like she kind of turned on a dime and was like, I am now evil incarnate because I'm not happy anymore, or Sinister awoke me, or I'm a right-wing conservative now. I don't know. I mean,
I just thought I agree with you. I thought all of it, even how it ended. Okay, I guess I am the clone now, so I'm just going to accept my new fate. I just live really my life. I know it.
Yeah, because Inferno was a several part. Because wasn't that all a part of the Inferno storyline?
Yeah. Yes.
And that was several parts. So I just feel like them cramming it into one episode was kind of
very frustrating.
Yeah, very frustrating and rushed.
Yeah, I agree.
But episode 1 and 2, I really enjoyed. I loved in episode 1, as you all know, how they made Cyclops just this tactical badass that just, and you know what, he didn't trade his values in for being a cool kid. You know what I mean? Like, he was still the Cyclops from the 90s. They just made him a lot cooler, and than the comic book or the movie. Well, no, not the comic book. He was pretty cool in the comic books too, but like in the movies and stuff like that. So I really think they did Cyclops justice in these.
They did. They reminded me of the badass that he was in this cartoon in the earlier seasons, because like they've really strayed with Cyclops under Fox. So yeah, they made him a leader. And once again, it's not the Wolverine show either, because you recently think Wolverine is like the main X-Men and everyone else is a side character. No, everyone has their moments, including Wolverine. And and this show is reminding you that just because Wolverine's in it doesn't mean everything that revolves around him, and it doesn't.
No.
Yeah. Gaz.
But
go ahead.
Sorry,
Yeah.
go on, Gito, you
No,
can-
just last comment I was gonna have. Oh, last comment I was gonna have was about Magneto's outfit. What the hell? Like, is that actually something that they were going to do?
Yeah,
in
he wore that in
season
the
6?
80s. Yeah.
But
It
for
was
me,
during this period.
For me, like with Wolverine, like, well, there's 2 genes now. I'm gonna go see the second gene, like see what she actually did. Like, maybe I got a chance with that one, and she now finally knows how he has always felt for her. I don't think he really truly knew, but now she does. Which was
I think
also
she always
interesting.
knew, but I just don't think she felt it until then.
Yeah, so yes, this will be interesting to see where things go.
Yeah, exactly. Gaz.
Well, I knew what we were in for as soon as I saw the intro, because it was updated enough where it felt fresh, but still kept the old
aesthetic
of the show. So, like, it kind of like updated what it needed to, and that was like, and that's what they say the show is. It did. It's kept the same sort of art style, like the same sort of story style. Like the first 2 episodes are brilliant. Like the bits that she was just talking about when that Cyclops is the leader and he has to be in charge of the X-Men now. Just great stuff. I disagree a little bit with the 3rd episode. I thought that was really good because, well, it's good to see Mr. Sinister back for a start. This is just a lot of stuff he does. And it's going to like probably open up more stuff. Like, for example, like who's the baby, what's going to happen to him, stuff like that. No, I know the answer to this because I've read the comics, but it's good for people who haven't. And do you know what? This is just an amazing show. Like, for example, like they've not skipped. It feels like I think somebody just mentioned it a minute ago. It feels like more of an adult show. That it just feels like the deal with like really complicated topics. The fact that like
if they can get like a Young Justice feel to it, like I think that's kind of got that Young Justice feel where it's not like, hey, you're little kids, watch it on Saturday morning. No, you're adults, but we're still not going to cross that line of like going to adult cartoon. You know what I mean? Like they're not.
Yeah, it's the line's fine, but like it's little things like Rogue is now banging Magneto, and you can see how jealous Gambit is about it. I love all that. That's just awesome. Like it's real
soap
oriented. Yeah.
Well, a lot of the stuff they're doing is from the comics. I mean, they're really so far they're really honoring the comic books with some of the stuff that they're doing. As I said, I'm not super familiar with the Inferno story, but I know the gist of it. So it seems like it honors it in the most basic way.
Yeah, and I thought everything that has happened so far, there's nothing really I've got to complain about. Everything's just been really good. I mean, and this crushes the Bryan Singer X-Men trilogy because everybody feels like they're valued. It's not just one person. It's not just X-Men and his friends. This is now Wolverine and his friends. This is now a team. I do feel like they're a team that I could see being together for a while and good stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. Zam?
As I said, regarding when I mentioned it in contributors how like this is one of the few shows where I just will not skip that intro when it starts. I just watch it all the time and it gives me goosebumps.
X-Men and Gargoyles, man, those two I don't skip.
Yeah, and you know what you're gonna get. I love the story of it. Yeah, it can be very days of your lives at times regarding like between Scott and Jean. Goes Jean, Scott, Jean, Scott. All of that. All of that shit. And but I do have my one issue is I mentioned this in contributors is that Jean Grey is arguably the most powerful character in Marvel. Arguably, depending on what form she portrays. Yeah, she does play that damsel in distress, and she falls into people's fucking arms and shit, and passes out all the goddamn time. She's very bizarre like that, because she is so goddamn powerful. But overall, I'm enjoying the story. The throwback, just reminding me of stuff I enjoyed as a kid. It's nostalgia done right, but it is a continuation and it's modernized just in perfectly. And I love the alternative, like we're now having Magneto as the leader and everything. It's intriguing. It's continuing, but it's changed. It's not following the same formulaic shit. It's got me involved, and I just hope that Professor X doesn't come back. I know he's not supposed to be dead. I just hope he doesn't come back anytime soon, because I'm liking this Magneto leadership, this new alternative way of doing things. I'm very much on board for that.
Yeah, cool.
Sorry. One more thing though, but like the story of Mr. Sinister, who's basically like the Satan of mutants, so to speak. Like the way the story was done, it was like we're getting involved with him, and then he's out of the picture. This was all wrapped up too quickly for one episode. This felt like maybe a 2-3 episode arc for what we got, and I felt also this was way too early in the season to be getting something like this. I would have liked this maybe a little bit later on in the season.
Maybe episode 5 or 6 at the very
least. Yeah, like
so,
just for us to be more engrossed with the current Jean Grey, who then we find out is not the current Jean Grey, but 2 episodes in, and then we find out she isn't. I thought that was a bit too early for that.
Right. So basically, episode 3, I enjoyed it, but it was very rushed. And I completely agree with you, lot. This should have been the cliffhanger for the end of the season. This one should have been the cliffhanger where the end is when Jean Grey comes back, and then season 2 picks off and this is like a 3-story arc. The fact that they wrapped this up in one episode, not even one whole episode, a quarter of the episode, even though it was a 28-minute long episode, it really irks me, because even the Sinister stuff was really rushed and all this, and it didn't have time to kind of fess. I'm like, what's the rush? What is the rush? You got 8 episodes. All right. You can take your time with this. Gaz says he'll be back. That's fine. Okay. So that really bugged me. Everything else I really kind of enjoyed. So the thing with the Goblin Queen is the Goblin Queen in the comic books is a huge mess. It's a real mess. And this is because Claremont had a vision, and his vision was Scott goes off to Alaska. He leaves the X-Men, and he happens to meet a woman that looks exactly like Jean Grey. And he just picks up starts a relationship with her and all this. And it's a real, Scott is really misogynistic and a massive arsehole during this whole process. Okay. But with her, they have a kid and all of that. Then Jean Grey comes back, and he's like, they have, and he has a kid with this woman whose name was Madeline Pryor. And he's like, all right, see ya. I'm going back to Jean. So he dumps her with the kid and goes back to Jean. Then later there was a clash with the editors, because obviously Chris Claremont didn't want Jean to come back. The editors like, no, we want her back because blah blah blah. We want to spin off and create the X Factor and all this kind of shit. So then Madeline Pryor was then retconned into being a clone of Jean Grey's, and
makes sense.
Blah, blah, all this
it's a retcon. Look, I know it's maybe not a retcon, whether people like it or not, but to have somebody who looks exactly like Jean Grey and not be Jean Grey, there needs to be an answer for that. So if they retconned it, as Paddy said, so if that's the case, then fair enough. Because if not, it's just fucking stupid. It really is.
Yeah, her origins are a mess. Because originally she was created by Mastermind as kind of revenge for what happened to him, and then they retconned that, and it's Mr. Sinister, and also Madeline, the Goblin Queen's storyline in the comic books is a fucking mess. In this one, they streamlined it. Mr. Sinister, clone, makes sense because he was always obsessed with Jean and Cyclops and all of that.
And taking their DNA and all that stuff.
Yeah, this one was great, but they rushed it. That's my only big issue. So with that being said, the first 2 episodes were beyond fantastic. This is absolutely fucking masterpiece stuff. And I'm gutted that they fired the guy, the head of the show.
What happened with that? I'm confused as to what happened with him.
So apparently he's either said some things on Twitter or he's a bit of a thirst trap with an OnlyFans or something like that. Nothing right wing or anything like that. Just like very combative and all this kind of shit. Maybe he's a pain in the ass to deal with, but
that's what I thought I read, is that he's a pain in the ass to deal with. But then you said something about the OnlyFans or whatever, and I'm like, I mean, what?
Yeah,
that's his own business.
I haven't looked into it. I've looked. I just know the first part. The other stuff I haven't really looked into because I don't care. I'm just pissed off that they got rid of him. All right, if it's difficult to deal with, but look at the end product. They need to bring him back because he's created something that everyone is loving. Nobody's complaining about. And also, he's created something, which I said on my Facebook feed. It doesn't have the Disney blueprint. And the Disney blueprint is just, forget all the woke, blah, 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 blah. The Disney blueprint is bland, inoffensive characters. No, the women are fucking one-dimensional garbage. All right. And the action is very just fucking blah, and everything's just soft cunt crap. This one has a very much of a Young Justice feel. A bit softer than Young Justice.
Yeah,
but it feels like that. And it's fucking fantastic. And that's why I just thought, I don't want to wait till the end of the season. We could talk about it in this podcast for the first 3 episodes to get it out there, because I know people are loving it. And I just wanted to get what your opinions were, Zam.
Like when I saw Sinister put that baby in that boiling water, like
atheist
what
stew.
We're gonna have some baby back ribs going on here or something like that, like what the fuck is going on? I couldn't believe it. And then I see it floating in the back of the tank and shit like that,
organic virus. It actually was something from they didn't really mention. I know they mentioned once that it was a variant, but that was actually in the original cartoon in season 2, I think. Yes. Is that the one where Cable came back and he had to
Apocalypse calls it.
Yeah, he had to infect Wolverine so that the mutant antibodies would be created, or I think that was the same virus, but they really didn't mention
it's
all
the
that
same
much
virus. So what it is, he's given it to the child to help his immune system fight it, and or something like that, and to make him immortal, basically, or to make him like something like that. But they pulled him out of the tank too early, and he's now just infected with a variant of the technovirus, much like COVID is a variant. This is a variant of the technovirus, a more advanced kind of thing. And now obviously
Windows 11 on it. I mean,
yeah, well, exactly. And Bishop's going to take him into the future. Originally, when the kid was born, I think he got in the comic books, he just got infected with the technovirus, and that's why he had to be taken into the future and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, go on, Zan.
No, my thing is that is Bishop going to be gone now because he's taking the kid back to the future? Yeah, that pun's intended.
Yeah, probably.
And
so another character just kind of rushed with as well.
No, I'm okay with it, only because the only thing that really stinks about it is that here's the other black character that we're now writing off screen. Like they did Thor, and now they just wrote off Bishop. I said before the show even started, I want them to change up the roster, but I thought that would be Scott and Jean, although I don't want Scott to leave. I thought maybe Scott and Jean leaving would then leave it open for new character like Nightcrawler to come in, or Colossus to finally join the team kind of full time. Even bring Kitty Pryde in or something. Well,
I mean, spoiler alert, he's back.
Nightcrawler.
Well, I know he's in the show, but I mean, I don't want him to be a one-off episode like he was in the original show. I want him to be like in the. So I thought that they were kind of writing these people off in ways that would allow them to at least be gone for a little bit, so that the other characters could come in and get permanent. Because the X-Men roster was always like 15 people at the lowest.
Yeah, it just bugged me that this is happening right at the beginning of the show. Like, we got rid of Jean Grey. We got rid of one Jean Grey for another. We're getting rid of Storm. We're getting rid of Bishop. Apparently, like what the hell?
Black people, man, it's too woke.
It's just
damn woke.
It's just weird.
Yeah, so I think what's happening here, and I think what they're doing really well, apart from rushing certain bits, they're planting seeds to split the X-Men up. We're seeing it with Gambit. We're seeing it with Scott and Jean. Bishop obviously gone. Storm is off doing her thing, and all of that.
And don't forget, Forge showed up at the end of episode 3.
What?
Forge showed up at the end of episode 3.
This is what I was getting to as well. So with Storm, obviously, she's going to go off and do her thing with Forge again. So this show creator, you can tell he's a huge 80s X-Men fan, a huge Claremont fan, because everything he's done with Magneto taking over the X-Men, with the Goblin Queen, with Forge coming in, with Storm and all this kind of stuff, all of this is taken during the 80s, 1980s, okay? Especially from like 1983 up until I think maybe 1990 and all this kind of stuff. And it's all happening. Forge and Storm were an item in the 80s in the comic book. So that's probably going to happen because Storm lost her powers in the comic book. That's when she did the whole Mohawk law. She was a badass punk at the time, and she was still fighting with the X-Men. She just didn't have her powers. Forge is the one that helps her get her powers back. Spoiler alert, but you know, it doesn't matter.
40-year-old comic book at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to know, go look it up.
Literally every week when they do something, I'm like, oh, that's from the 80s. Oh, that's from the 80s kind of stuff, you know. And even when they had Jean being cloned by Sinister, I'm like, oh, okay, so it's not Mastermind, it's this one instead. That's fine.
Which
prefer
made more
this
sense anyway.
Huh?
Made more sense for this animated universe
100%.
anyway.
100%. And that seed was planted fucking even in the cartoon. You know, so the fact that this is what the result of that is great.
3 episodes in,
You
what
know.
I'm also liking is Magneto's conflict within himself, because here's a guy who has been given this opportunity by the death of Charles Xavier, and he tried to fulfill Charles's wishes and not be this tyrant. And so when you saw that moment with that UN round table and stuff, and how he wanted to fuck him over, but then he ended up not, because he knew what Charles wanted and stuff, was brilliant writing for a start, in my opinion. And in a way, you're rooting for him. Hopefully, you know, we don't go get cliche that he ends up being a failed hero, somebody who tried to be a good guy and ended up not being. I'm rooting for Magneto. I hope he does end up wonderful. By the way,
so I just had the whole box set of Wave 2.
I hope he does end up being what Charles hopes he could become, because that would be that's a face turn. I'm happy with. I really I'm liking Magneto a lot.
For most of the 80s, he was a good guy on a redemption arc, which it didn't last. When they kind of rebooted it in the 90s with Jim Lee, I think that's when they kind of
reset a lot of things
and everything and all of that. But for the time being, with the showrunner, at least for season 1 and 2, because season 1 and 2 are done, by the way, they're ready to go. Like season 2 is done, it's finished. It's season 3 that he's not coming back for, which is a shame. But I'm hoping with the popularity of these shows, they kind of bite their tongue, just say to go, look, fucking behave, and just look, we've created a masterpiece here, carry it on. And I wonder if you boys recognize these from the 80s as well, because they've made a return.
The Bebop and Rocksteady. No,
that's why human form of Bebop and Rocksteady. Yeah,
it's what's it now? Is it the Bollocks?
Oh, Dre.
Is it G.I. Joe?
Yeah, G.I. Joe. Dreadnoks.
Oh,
Dreadnoks. That was yeah. With
Butter and Gripper.
With the worst Cockney accents on the planet.
That's it.
I mean?
Yeah.
Hey.
So I show that.
Or God blimey, Governor.
Even worse than Carl Urban's Cockney accent. Wow, that's
yeah. Oh my god, way worse. So what was we saying? What did you say, Sam?
No, just saying. I am very much on the redemption arc for Magneto, and I hope he turns face and all of that. I'm loving that. For me, that's one of the most interesting parts of the story, especially after episode 2. And he wants to be the leader of the X-Men, and I think the X-Men have embraced him to a degree as well.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
It's 2 times that he's led the X. Actually, it's a couple of times he's led the X-Men, But the two most notable ones were this era in the 80s and Age of Apocalypse as well, which was when Professor X's son goes back in time to kill Magneto, but Xavier gets in the way and dies instead, and that creates like an alternative reality where Magneto led the X-Men instead, and it's one of the greatest.
I think I've seen that. I think I've
time.
seen that one. Is that the one where Wolverine and Storm are an item? Is it
No,
that
that's the cartoon. That's the cartoon. That's
sorry. That's not comic. Okay,
that was a different one. I'm talking about the comic book.
Okay,
Yeah, they borrowed some of the 80s stuff though from because like that look that Storm has in that episode that you're thinking about is like her badass gimmick when she lost her powers. Like that's that same look.
That's the same look from that.
That's one of the reasons why they were calling the show woke because of a bloody mohawk. Apparently he's a bit lesbian-y. So
that was the 80s Storm.
Yeah.
Like what is
I
wrong with these people?
I know.
I'm not expecting these idiots to know anything about X-Men. They're just jumping on a bandwagon.
I know. Like, come on, guys. Like this is ridiculous.
Yeah, but hey, look, you've got I'm a massive X-Men fucking fan. I mean, I've just showed you the toys there. I can also show you the fucking wall there.
Oh, I thought he was going to show us
X-Men and the Ninja Turtles.
Well,
all right.
You know when you get the credits at the end of the X-Men and I was really hoping they would show Rogan that credit when she's spinning around so we get a good look over her ass. But regardless, they show Morph and they said that he's able not only to mimic, but he's also to copy their abilities. So he's not just a clone; he's a better version of Mystique. Apparently,
yeah, he's a better version. Yeah, he can do their powers as well.
Oh, can he do their powers? I never knew he could do their powers. I always thought he could only mimic.
No. Watch the credits. Watch the credits, and if you see it, the credits.
Hang on, no, Morph can't do their powers. Mimic can. There's a
Mimic
character
can,
called
yes.
Mimic who could do their
Well,
powers.
if you look at the credits, he says he can copy their abilities. When he shows you what they're capable of doing.
I mean, yeah. If that's the case, they upgraded him then.
Yeah, they've upgraded him. They made him better, which could be the possibility. I mean, the next stage for Morph, if he hits Omega level, could be that it could become like Mimic and mimic their powers.
I mean, he always was kind of like a copy of Mimic anyway. Like he just, I'm sure Mimic was around like right after the OG team kind of expanded, right? Or was he during the
That's
OG
right,
team?
Yeah.
Because I remember Mimic always had like I had a card of him and he like had like Angel's wings and Cyclops' visor and Beast's feet and arms and Iceman's ability. Yeah, like he was.
Yeah, he had all the original X-Men because that's the kind of era where he was. I think there was that weird kind of, you know what comic books do when they kind of create all this whole new fucking spin-off that didn't exist, but they kind of existed.
Oh, Exiled?
No. What I mean is like, look, the continuity where they fuck with the continuity.
Oh, yeah.
I think Mimic kind of came in with the original 5 roster, but he was like an enemy that was coming in to defeat the X-Men and all this kind of shit. And I can't remember.
They all became friends in the end.
Yeah, all this, and then he became an enemy again, then a friend, and then he just ended up in the Exiles. Exiles is a great fucking comic book, by the way. Anyway, so X-Men, I mean, look, I hope that they don't rush anything else, and I hope Goblin Queen comes back, and that wasn't just a one and done, because that's just bitterly disappointing if it is. If she does come back again, maybe she's in the Hellfire Club or something like that. That would be great to see them coming back. We've seen like the Hellfire Gala mentioned and all this kind of stuff.
Wakey.
So,
It says that Morph can copy their physical ability. So like Beast and maybe Juggernaut, maybe, or Blob, like in order when they did the fastball special version.
Yeah, he gains their strength.
But he can't mimic like flight, like Rogue flying. Like if he changes into Rogue, he can't copy that power.
Yes, but he can be like Angel.
He could be like Angel and glide. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, that's cool.
I just looked it up.
Yeah. So that's X-Men. That glad we got to talk about that. Did you guys see? I think Zam, you also posted it the day after I did, which was the X-Men Rivals, Marvel Rivals.
Oh yeah,
what
yeah.
does this shit look like?
It is. It looks like a mobile. You know, some of these games are looking really mobile-ish, and they're coming out on
It's like
computers
Fortnite.
and stuff like that. And it looks. Yeah, I was
it's like
thinking more
Overwatch.
Overwatch. It's more like Overwatch and stuff. It had a couple of cool moments. Don't get me wrong, but they were not enough to make me think I'm going to run out and get this shit. But I'm not impressed with it whatsoever. And
I didn't even watch it. I saw it, but I never watched it.
I'm
Yeah,
constantly
just
seeing
think
all.
of Overwatch with Marvel characters abysmal and so many annoying quips and bad scripts.
I just don't like seeing Spider-Man running around all the time. He needs to be on walls and swinging, and just seeing him on the ground walking and stuff with the other characters just looks bloody stupid. I can't stand it.
Yeah,
You know what
that's
I mean?
been a problem, especially back when they did like the I love the Marvel's Ultimate Alliance games, but like, yeah, you have characters that should be flying and zipping around, and Spider-Man swinging around, and like they
Walking
are.
on walls and all that. Yeah,
Yeah.
They can do that, but it's very limited. You
Yeah.
know, like
No, I know they can
Yeah.
do it. I'm just saying, like, yeah, it's almost like when Spider-Man swings, it's like one web this way, and then one web this way, and then one web this way.
Yeah. Listen,
with all the Marvel,
calm
with
the
all
fuck
the
down when it comes to Ultimate Alliance, because those are my all four of those are my favorite games.
Look, Ultimate Alliance 2 has got a phenomenal story. I love that story so much. But yeah,
That's in my top 3 favorite games of all time.
Wow,
Look,
top 3. I mean,
I just-
I'll give it top 10, but man,
three.
top 3.
I just want more games to like follow in like the Arkham Asylum games and Spider-Man games, like to be more authentic superhero games, because there's just not enough of those sort of games.
No,
we're getting all this Alliance shit and stuff like that. No, I want an
these games are
Iron
like
Man
over a
game.
decade old.
You know, but I want a proper
Suicide
Iron
Squad
Man
game.
game. You know, no, the Suicide Squad game is a disaster. That's Fortnite. You talk about Fortnite, that is Fortnite right there.
Fortnite
That-
with the DC skin on it.
Yeah, exactly. So
And you got Captain Boomerang using guns more than boomerangs.
yeah, exactly. You know, like I want a Superman game. I want a Wonder Woman game. You know, I want a Green Lantern game. There's all the DC characters when it comes to Marvel. I want a proper Captain America game where
Yeah,
you know,
isn't that the game that's coming out?
that's
The
coming with Black Panther and versus Captain America.
Yeah, I
Black
swear to
Panther or
God, I
Captain
thought that
America.
was like either a CGI movie or a like actual live action movie. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's really good, and it's. I hope it comes out good. It's supposed to be a third-person action adventure game, so fingers crossed.
I would love a Hawkeye game. You know, all of these sort of things. You know, all these characters. You know, in the third person, single player based games. You know, like that, based on that particular character. That's what I want, and giving them that showcase. The same way they did with Batman. The same way they've done with Spider-Man. You know, make it authentic to
I mean,
them.
we're getting Wolverine, and then from Wolverine, we're going to get X-Men. We know that for a fact. That's coming from Insomniac Games. But I want to see other companies tackle it in the same way we've got Black Panther coming up with Captain America. We did have another Black Panther game in the works, but I think EA have scrapped that now.
They could do a good Blade movie or a good Blade game.
Well, they've got the one coming to
whatever it is, as long as
there's
it's
that
good.
Blade game set in Paris, I think. You know,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is a Blade game coming out, but we
Yeah.
just don't know what it looks like yet. We saw a brief
cinematic,
but no gameplay.
Well, then I mean, we just need a instead of a Blade movie, just give us an MCU Blade game. You know what I mean? I think the MCU needs to. I almost want to say with some of these oddball characters that would be good in games, they need to just give us a game that's MCU canon. You know what I mean? Like Blade. Like Blade would be a good game MCU. Like you could do it in the 20s. You could put it in Paris. As long as you make sure Kevin Feige's involved and it doesn't like, you know, it doesn't like conflict with anything else we have with current Marvel. I don't see why we can't do that. And don't bring out like 15 games in a row. Like don't do what the TV shows did and just flood the MCU with content. Because that's where a lot of your problems.
Jedi Survivor is canon. You know, the Jedi Survivor games have become canon now in Star Wars.
Yeah, well,
you know.
I would love to see like a proper Iron Man game as well, and getting into the Hulkbuster and all of these sort of things. flying into space, maybe do some stuff there, and
Sam,
like variety.
This is
Sorry,
why I
sorry.
was so excited for Anthem, because that was as close to an Iron Man game as we were going to get. Obviously, it was a pile of
Imagine how
shit,
you could customize your suit. Like you could you could have the weapons you want on it. You know what I mean? And there's a variety of different styles and all of that, and then make it 2-player. Have a War Machine character too. You know what I mean? Oh man, God, these are the sort of things I really want. And yeah.
And you can do a good multiplayer Iron Man game. With different Iron Men. You can have Rescue as well.
You rescue Ironheart and all of that. Yeah,
all these kind of characters.
So let me propose this question then: the Avengers game that came out a couple years ago that we all shat on. If that was more of a Iron Man centric game, and they beefed up the gameplay, like they made the gameplay good, like would you guys be okay with that mechanic, like with those mechanics from that game, as an Iron Man game?
No. I would like it more in the style of if they somehow manage to replicate Spider-Man, but with an Iron Man twist, that would be more what I would want. Then
so you want him to just be able to fly all over the city and I don't think Iron Man's not a ground level hero or a street level hero like Spider-Man is. I don't see Iron Man running around the streets of New York just stopping.
No, it doesn't have to be New York. It doesn't have to be New York, but at the same time,
where at LA? Like we're gonna do LA this time?
You could do different concrete levels and stuff like that. You could even have a level set in space and stuff like that. But you could do it in rural areas as well, like maybe on Mount Fuji or some base in Russia or Sokovia or something like that. You can just have a moment, but like then him having his boss fights with all these different types of people, and it's just something along those lines, where you can use his suit to the best of your abilities and get what you want out of it, whether it be speed or weapons or tankiness or whatever it may be.
I understand what you're saying. I kind of want it to be like in Marvel's Avengers, like kind of style, but like make it more like Mega Man, where maybe more like where he can switch the functions of his costume either in between levels or even mid-level. Like where he says, "Oh, I need my bubble gun suit." I'm just using Mega Man references at this point, but and then like, but it take but then you got to wait for that thing to come, from whatever the satellite in space that launches.
Well, you give me an idea. Like, if you played Spider-Man 2,
have I played it? No.
Okay, in one of the levels, you go after Chris. Is it Kurt Connors or Chris Connors?
Kurt Connors, the lizard?
No, yeah, the lizard. You go after
Kurt Connors.
So you start chasing him and stuff like that, and I can imagine that maybe like you got like the Hulk, the bit rogue, and you go around maybe New York chasing him, trying to bring him down. You finally corner him, and boom, Hulkbuster time. But because he's the Hulk, he's ripping up your suit. So there's moments where you have to get replenish your suit at different sections or whatever it may be to go back at him and hit him again, and then try to cage him or corner him or knock him out or whatever it may be. Things like that. That for me would be so fucking badass.
Yeah, I mean, you could do like, again, so if you don't want to set it in a city, you want to get away from the New York, you could take it to like China, where you've got like the Mandarin, or you've got the Armor Wars kind of thing as well. So you're going after, so you've got to fight against, I mean, Iron Man's rogue gallery is very varied, but you could stick it with like Titanium Man, Radioactive Man, or whatever his fucking name is. I forget what he's actually called. But these kind of Justin Hammer and his like armors that he created and all this kind of shit. And yeah, you could do like, if you look at Anthem, you could do it in the aesthetic of Anthem, but better, obviously. Just as long as people get to fucking fly around in a suit that doesn't overheat after 5 fucking seconds, so you have to land it and let it recharge and stupid bollocks like that.
Yeah.
A lot of it should be aerial combat as well. So you need to kind of rebuild a game in the sense that you need to bring in a new kind of form of aerial combat as well. Something that's going to encapsulate audiences and all this kind of shit. So a lot of aerial combat, a lot of like all the kind of ground level attacks could be like at AIM Laboratories and all this kind of shit or whatever, you know. So there is it's easy to do a game like that.
I want a Jarvis or a Friday, like if it was a modern day game, so you could actually talk to your AI, which is what I want, you know, and say, okay, Jarvis, go for you know, like fight pattern 04 or whatever, and see how that pans out for your character. You might get a cutscene or something like that to see if that's the pattern that you need to take out on these particular villains. If things get a bit complicated and you're getting a bit overrun, you know, something like that, you know. There's all manners of things you could do. My God, man, I would love to give these ideas to a game maker right now.
I think they would argue with you the logistics of doing something like that, though. I mean, like as I said, you're mentioning.
Yeah, you need to put some microtransactions. I know what you mean.
Well, no, like the logistics of like doing
turn-based combat.
Yeah, turn-based combat. That's what we want. We want turn-based combat. Iron Man game that's all turn-based. And Sephiroth. We need Sephiroth in there too.
Yeah, I think gaming is getting more advanced. I think, you know, you could do something like that now with the way computers are now.
Okay.
And
I'm not a game designer, so I don't know. They might.
Iron Man is not a difficult game to make. It really isn't. Look, the core function is okay. It will be a lot more like just kind of hack and slashy, but shootery. More, it'll be more like a shootery action game. But you can have the elements of ground battles when he's inside, like, you know, bases, laboratories, and all this kind of shit. And it's a lot more close combat stuff as well. But it is doable. But the main thing I would say is you have to build a game that has the best aerial combat for any third-person mech suit type thing ever. You can't limit the person to the ground. If you do that with Iron Man, you failed. It'll be like making a fucking Superman game where he can't fly, you know, which is John Peters' wet fucking dream. A Superman that doesn't fly. That's the original producer from the 90s and 80s, who I loathe with a passion. But it is doable. It's very easy. If you look at how Anthem was, you could take a lot of elements from Anthem and put that into Iron Man, because Anthem had a lot of potential. It's just unfortunate it was run by a bunch of fucking idiots that might as well have been working for Ubisoft, because that's how stupid.
Did you see Angry Joe's review of Skull and Bones?
Fucking hilarious,
mate. I knew that game was bad, yeah, but I didn't realize how bad it was. Like, you got a stamina bar on your ship. For the ship's got a stamina bar, you know. And one of the things I loved about Black Flag and Assassin's Creed 3 and Rogue was the fact when it came to the naval combat, you really had to put your ship to the side so you can get the cannons on your target. Here, you don't have to do that. You know, the cannons are all on swivels.
Yeah,
it takes away the combat element and the strategy you need, you know, for good naval combat, because they're on swivels. The fact that they weren't on swivels before and they were just only pointing one direction, so you had to move your ship to get that shot in. It made combat so fun and interesting and all of that. And you get rid of those elements. Oh God, dude, I mean, what have they done? What have they done,
mate? Listen, Skull and Bones is why Ubisoft needs to go bankrupt, needs to fold, needs to just go, because you cannot take a fucking game like Black Flag and then have how many different creative directors come in and then completely fucking rip the product apart and give us this shit. How incompetent are you, okay, to do what they did? They literally had the blueprint. All they had to do was reskin Black Flag, maybe add a few extra elements.
Multiplayer Black Flag, pretty much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. That's all they had to do, and they couldn't do it because Yves Guillemot is the most incompetent CEO. Like, it shows you how bad they are, where they put all their faith into, I forget the guy's name. He was fired for a lot of misconduct. Okay, but they put all their faith into that one creative director, who's the reason why all the games started to become too bogged down in realism, too boring, and just absolute shite. And then they got rid of him, and they got worse. They didn't improve.
You know,
And
one of the
Skull
things-
and Bones should be the nail in the coffin for Ubisoft. They don't deserve to be a company. I don't care about the people that will lose their jobs. They'll go off and fucking start their own companies, which a lot of people doing. But Ubisoft does not deserve to exist.
They do about 4 different every Ubisoft game. Like you don't get one currency. There's like about 15 different types of currencies you have, to buy shit, and even then, like if you want to buy something really special, you have to get the really special currency, and also like things like the blueprints and stuff, which was a problem with Assassin's Creed Black Flag, in my opinion. You had to like go underwater and find the blueprint for the cannons or the sails or whatever it may be, for the final upgrade of your particular part of the ship and stuff like that. Like, and also the headwinds and stuff like that for Skull and Bones was really bad. Oh my god!
Yeah, no matter which way you go, the wind's always against you, and all this kind of shit. We could wax lyrical about fucking Skull and Bones, but more heartbreaking news, by the way. Gearbox, the company that did like the Borderlands games and a couple of other games and all this kind of shit, they've been bought by 2K Interactive, the company that owns Rockstar and all of that kind of shit. So good
microtransactions for the wazoo. Yeah.
Micros are 10 times fucking worse. And this is Gearbox shouldn't have allowed this to happen. This is their death nail. They're fucked. Because they're not.
I wonder if they were
Rockstar.
already in trouble and that's why they sold.
Well, they were in trouble. I mean, they were owned by fucking Bethesda.
Yeah.
So no, in the Embracer Group, and the Embracer Group were not going to just let Gearbox walk away. They want some money back, so they fucking sold them off to 2K, and that's it. They're fucked, absolutely fucked. So yeah, that's. I don't care about the Borderlands games, but it has a huge fan base, and I feel sorry for the fan base that are just gonna get micro-laid and bollocks.
You wanted me to tell you about and I'm gonna keep this as spoiler free as I can regarding that series, Free Body Problem.
Oh yes, give me an update. Yeah,
it's a drag. It has amazing moments, especially episode 5. My god, that's a great episode. Yeah, what happens in that episode? And there are some interesting payoffs, but it doesn't give you the payoff you really want, in my opinion. I'm not sure if you want me to spoil it or not, or
no, don't spoil it. I'm gonna watch it.
Okay, fair enough, but I would recommend putting it on 1.5 speed to get through it, which is what I did in the last couple of episodes. To really decide, I want this shit over with.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
No, that's good to know. I tend to do that with some shows as well.
Because it does take a while to get going. And I think from episode 4, it does get a lot more interesting. You have one actress in this who's gorgeous, but she's definitely like a Gal Gadot B-Tech. You know what I mean? She looks like Gal Gadot.
Oh, another one. Yeah, she's gorgeous.
She's absolutely gorgeous, by the way.
Yeah, she's stunning. She is. She was in
that.
that.
She's a Mexican actress.
Yeah,
and
what's her name?
She's been in a few things.
Yeah, she was in Baby Driver.
Yeah, and
Raquel Rodriguez or something like that.
No, Isa Gonzalez, I think.
Raquel Gonzalez. That's it.
Raquel, or was it Isa?
Isa Gonzalez, yeah. Isa Gonzalez.
You got some big name actors. You got a couple of actors from Game of Thrones in there. You've got Benedict Wong, who's really good in this, and you got what's her face from Star Trek DS9. She's in this as well. She is a prominent thing. It's very up and down. Jonathan Pryce is in this as well. There are, like I said before, good payoffs, some good moments. But it can be a bit of a drag. I did pass out a couple of times watching this. I had to start again, knowing that I fell asleep for like 40 minutes. You know what I mean? So
this
she's gorgeous, man.
Just so you know, she's fucking stunning.
She might be the new Wonder Woman as well. There's rumors.
Oh no, I wouldn't go that far. She's not that good.
The point is like, if you get a new Wonder Woman, don't get a Gal Gadot lookalike, please, because that's what she is.
Yeah, because I didn't like Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman really. I mean, she grew on me, but I was not a huge I wouldn't say I was a Gal Gadot.
I liked how she looked, but I didn't.
I didn't. She didn't scream Amazonian to me, but I mean,
for me, I didn't think she was going to be a good one. I felt she proved me wrong because I thought in her solo Wonder Woman movie she was fantastic.
Yeah, well, okay, but I think Wonder Woman 1 was just a fantastic movie, and maybe that's where she won us over.
Yeah,
but look at Wonder Woman 2. Like, I mean that.
No, I agree, but for me, she proved the film itself is bad, but she proved herself already as a good Wonder Woman in the first movie.
That Zionist bitch can fuck off anyway. So yeah, she won. Fucking riddance.
It's funny because like her career is not been that great outside of Wonder Woman, and which is why she's also like Dwayne Johnson, going back to the Fast and the Furious. When I saw her live in Fast and the Furious 10, I thought you got to be joking. You know what I mean? She's not dead either. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like it makes no sense because you can't bring Paul Walker back. So how the fuck are you bringing everyone else?
Well, they're still pretending that he's still alive, that he's still alive, and all this shit's going on, and he's still alive, and he's like. They should just look. They might think it's bad taste or whatever, but they just need to acknowledge that he's dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just say died of cancer rather than like an enemy or something. I know that's a morbid thing to say, but just that's life. It happens.
Yeah.
Just say, look,
Yeah.
Well, but I mean that goes back to the whole Princess Leia thing. Like, how would you have handled Princess Leia? Would you have? Like, because everyone says, "Oh, I hated the way they handled Princess Leia in The Rise of Skywalker." Some people it's like, do you just start the credits going, "Princess Leia has died"?
No, I think the way she died in it was stupid, but I think they handled her pretty damn well with the footage that they had of Carrie Fisher. One of the few things they did well.
Okay, a lot of people hated that, and that's why I'm like, I didn't have an issue with it either. I was like, I get it, like they worked with what they had, so yes. Going into it, I was like, I know Carrie Fisher's dead. I know that this is post-Humanious, and this is leftover footage from what was it, The Force Awakens? I think was what it was left over from.
Force Awakens and Last Jedi.
Was it Last Jedi too?
Okay. Yeah, deleted scenes. But would you not recast her because, apparently the people wanted Meryl Streep to play her?
No, apparently she was slated to die anyway in the movie. So
but there's a difference between that.
Yeah, like I get where you're saying recast because but at the same time it's almost like
they recasted Aaron Eckhart or whatever. No, that's the wrong name. The guy who played Han Solo.
Well, that's because they just wanted a younger guy. I mean. It wasn't different,
but it's still a significant recast, of an established character who's been in like 5 movies.
Yeah, but this is different. They were, said they were going to recast her for the film after she died. They were going to put someone else to play her in Rise of Skywalker, but instead, to honor her, they just took footage, which was the better option to do. If they didn't have the footage and they wanted to finish her story, then this is where I would have gone down the CGI route to finish her story. You get a stand-in that looks like her, and you could just digitally alter the face.
The deep fake. I was willing to go. The deep fake route was what I wanted to do personally. But some people have that bad taste idea in it. But I
don't think it's bad taste. It depends on the situation. Like, I think it's bad taste if you deep fake someone who's still alive, like okay, so if they would have deep faked Carrie Fisher and she was still alive, like she's still older.
They deep fake Mark Hamill and he's still
no. But that was supposed to be a younger version of Mark Hamill.
I get you.
So I'm talking about if they just wanted the character, but they didn't want the actor. You know what I mean? And then they just
exactly.
That's in poor taste. But
I agree with you there. If the actor's still alive, you use them. They're not.
But Mark Hamill was different because it was a different time period and he was supposed to be. And I think Mark Hamill actually didn't he? No, he didn't do his own. He did the voice for.
He just did the voice. He did the voice, and he consented to it.
And he also
we're not thinking somebody who's dead or been fired and they still gotta use your rightful image because you don't have a right to do that, even though that's what they wanted to do. That's what was part of the strike with the actors. It was like, no, you can't fucking just take pictures of me and then use me as AI, you pricks.
His deep
You
faking
can't.
Book of Boba Fett was probably the best thing about that series. You know what I mean? He looked fantastic.
Who's?
Luke Skywalker in Book
Yeah,
of
yeah,
Boba
yeah,
Fett. He looked
yeah.
absolutely fantastic. Yeah, that's the sort. I mean, they hired the guy who did like his version of a deep fake of the end of Mandalorian season 2, and so they hired that guy, but he did the better version.
Well, and that's how these
And
things should work. They should see these talented people out and and be like, we need that guy. A lot of
They
people
do,
are like,
yeah.
no, we can't acknowledge this person did a good job because then we look like we did a bad job. Like I hate it when they're like that.
Yeah, it's like when you get I do like a short film and it's really fucking well written and really good homage to something that they like, and then they just we'll sue you and shut you down instead
Well,
of
yeah, like Star
hiring you.
Trek fan films.
yeah, like these people are doing incredible deep fakes on bog standard computers, in their parents' basement. Like they haven't got multi-million-dollar equipment here, and yet they're churning out stuff that Hollywood could only dream about. It's
Hollywood's
incredible.
not paying companies enough and want it done yesterday, and that's why they look like shit, because they could get it looking really fucking amazing. Let's not forget, even with Disney, how good and still one of the best ones that they've ever done was Kurt Russell in Guardians of the Galaxy 2. How fucking good was that? De-aging.
Look, I think look, the first time I saw de-aging and I thought it was done superbly was X-Men 3 at the beginning.
Oh, I don't think
that was awful.
I remember cringing at that one. I'm like, when
I thought
when Patrick Stewart was on screen, I was like, ah,
dude, X-Men 3 is like almost 20 years ago, and I thought that was pretty good for what it was. I think also at the end of Wolverine we saw a DA version of him, much better than Jeff Bridges in bloody in Tron Legacy, which was absolutely awful, in my opinion. That was the worst.
Tron Legacy. I like that film, but
again, for what it is, for what it's worth, it's pretty good de-aging, in my opinion. Okay.
Well, yes, we know on that one, but that's all right. That's all good. For me, the first time I kind of was blown away by it was Kurt Russell in Guardians of the Galaxy. I couldn't fucking believe it. I was literally gobsmacked. Although the rest of the film sucked ass, that I absolutely fucking loved. I would literally just rewatch the film just for the de-age Kurt Russell. And then they did it again with Kirk Douglas. And not Kirk Douglas.
In Endgame.
Michael Douglas was in Endgame. Yeah, Michael Douglas was really good in Endgame and in Ant-Man, the beginning of it.
Yeah.
In it, where he played like not a super young version, but a younger version of himself. But yeah, Endgame he was very good too. Where he played like a very young version of himself. So yeah, even Michelle Pfeiffer, she looked great. I think they de-aged her at one point as well. But again, she's 64 and she looks amazing, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, she still like she could take one. You know what I mean? So I'll never say that about a person in their 60s. And so I saw Michelle Pfeiffer, like, wow. She's got it, man. So
exactly.
You're looking at it, Cheeto.
I am. I'm trying to bring it up.
What, the X-Men one?
Yeah. Well, I got. There's not a good picture. There's not a great picture of the X-Men one, but the X-Men Wolverine one. Oh man, I
think I like what Magneto looks very good. Eric, he looks very. It's not that bad.
That's awful.
I know that looks. I don't know.
That's just shocking. Absolutely shocking.
We are talking like 20 years ago. I don't think you got to look at it for its time. It was the first time I've seen that technology being used. I can't remember a movie before this one doing that.
That was 2009, so 15 years ago.
Really? I thought it was 2006.
No, that's X-Men 3. This is X-Men Origins Wolverine. So this is after that.
This is X-Men Warrior. Okay, so X-Men 3.
This is when all the kids and Wolverine, like Cyclops and Emma Frost and all of them came outside following Xavier's voice.
Yeah, I remember. I mean,
and that's him standing outside the jet, and he's like, "Get in the van, kids. I got candy."
For me, that scene was very brief, so I could vaguely remember it. I just remember X-Men 3 a lot more because it was the first time I saw the aging technology, but even then they weren't that young. They were just a little bit younger than what they already were. So
hold on, let me see. You keep going. I'll look up.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Fucking
what's happened to Gary?
X-Men Origins Wolverine was a waste of a great director. They brought in a South African director.
I honestly felt like the beginning, like the first 45 minutes of that movie was actually great. And then after he got the adamantium bones, it went straight downhill from there.
Yeah, it was all about the claws. It's like, shing, shing, look at my claws.
Yeah, like the first, I really think the first 45 minutes of that movie was actually really good. Hold on, let's check in with Gas.
Opening sequence ever. Yeah, I love the opening sequence that rushes through time, but I wish they hadn't rushed through
I like
time.
their first mission too. I thought that was a great depiction of like the Weapon X program. I get it why people were kind of cringe on Deadpool, but let's be real, it was Deadpool. Like just
it was cringe and it was rushed. So the
It was
minute he
definitely
left
rushed.
Weapon X, that's when it went downhill for me, because I was like, that's it, you left that quick. You know,
no, I think that whole movie should have been based on the Weapon X program and all that. Like I feel like
the adamantium shit should have come at the end,
very end. Yeah, and Liv Schreiber is Sabretooth.
Claws. They made it about the fucking claws, and it's like, fuck the claws. Let's see the history of Wolverine. We wanted to see Captain America was rumored to be showing up at the time, and all this kind of shit. And they jinxed that.
Really?
They nixed that.
Oh yeah.
How much?
Well, I thought, well, no, they supposedly wanted Wolverine to be in the first Avenger. He was supposed to be one of the Howling Commandos.
Yeah, something like that. Whatever.
I don't know if it was going to be Hugh Jackman though, but I know they wanted a Wolverine-esque character.
Yeah.
In X-Men or in First Avenger. So,
but which is a stronger metal, vibranium or adamantium?
They're different. Adamantium's indestructible. Vibranium can redirect kinetic energy. So,
vibranium pretty much is not. I mean, I've seen it be destructed. Obviously, what Thanos did to Cap Shield, but other than that, I've never seen it really be destroyed.
Adamantium is stronger.
It's
stronger.
Vibranium is more durable. I think. Or versatile, maybe.
It's versatile.
I saw a what if online of what if Wolverine had vibranium instead of adamantium, and they mentioned certain things like he would have like this sort of kinetic energy and he'd be more nimble because vibranium is a lot lighter than adamantium.
Yeah, because Wolverine will sink to the bottom of the ocean if he falls in there. He ain't. Is he heavy enough? He's heavy enough. He won't swim. Like
he's heavy enough to sink.
Yeah, he would literally sink to the bottom of the ocean.
He's got a lot of physical strength though. Like he's a very strong man.
He's strong for a human. He's not superhuman, like not super strong. But he's a strong person. Like he works out and he's like jacked.
But he doesn't tire. So to have all that metal in him already, and which would obviously increase his weight, and he doesn't. He's able to run around and leap and climb,
swimming and running and all this because his body just regenerates and.
Yeah, well, I mean, literally, like if he sank to the bottom of the ocean, you'd have to basically walk from the bottom of the ocean all the way back to shore. Like he couldn't swim, like up to, it would basically be like walking through like a mountainous terrain.
How much does he weigh?
Oh God, I don't know. I can look it up.
Because if he sits in the car,
I think he does. Yeah, I think he is able to float, which doesn't make sense that he should.
I was about to say, I don't know why he would.
It's just a few things, like like it would be too heavy to get on a plane. It'd be heavier than luggage. If he sits in vehicles and stuff.
No, it's not that heavy. Like we're talking, the adamantium would have added maybe 100 pounds more to his weight.
Yeah,
yeah. If they've done it correctly.
Yeah, it says okay, so it says Wolverine can't swim, but it's much more difficult. Adamantium has 0 buoyancy. So once he starts sinking, he can quickly tire himself out and trying to remain afloat. So Wolverine tries to stay away from water as much as possible because it's easily the most dangerous thing to him. So Wolverine is just a big cat. He hates water.
Yeah, he's just a big cat. Yeah.
So like it's not impossible for him to like stay afloat for some time, but no, like he would eventually tire out and I don't think I say the tired thing. I don't think that I would have to look into the physics of your muscle strain and when you get tired out.
Well, maybe it's going off because don't forget the films are what changed his regeneration skills to make it instant.
Yeah, because it wasn't instant
before
before.
that. It wasn't. It
was
wasn't.
just a really good healing
recovered
factor.
a lot quicker than other people. But in the films, they just made it instant. Like he gets shot in the head, he's okay, and all this kind of shit.
It was so funny, but in Wolverine Origins, it was a vibranium bullet, sorry, an adamantium bullet that made him lose his memory. But then they brought back the adamantium bullet for Logan, and that was the way to kill the new version of Wolverine. And that just bugged me because they've done the bullet thing twice, but this time around it'll just blow a head in its skull in Wolverine's skull. So
yeah, but he still would have healed from it. It just didn't make any sense.
Well, and also I think the intent was to kill Wolverine with that adamantium bullet, but where it hit him in his brain, it just gave him amnesia.
Yeah,
is what I was taking from it. Like, yeah, the adamantium bullet, the adamantium bullet's purpose wasn't to make him lose his memory. That's just what happened when he got shot in the head.
No, I think they literally said.
Did they?
Yeah, I think they actually fucking said, yeah, I'll just shoot him in the head so he loses his memory. It's something stupid.
Yeah, they
oh my god! If they, I don't remember that.
That's
But I mean,
the level
I'm not
of
saying
stupid we were dealing with that fucking film.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I don't
it
remember
was
that, but that doesn't surprise me with the Fox movies.
That's when they should have hung Lauren Shuler Donna by her fucking ass and kicked her out of fucking Hollywood for that. She absolutely destroyed the X-Men franchise. You know, when Bryan Singer left, because Bryan Singer has a lot more sway, he was able to do it his way, even though I wasn't a big fan of his way. I didn't hate it. I hated this casting. But then with Ratner's like, yeah, whatever, man, pay me. I'll do whatever stupid shit you want. And he did his version.
You really did.
And, yeah. You know, a great fight scene. But other than that, like the action was a lot better than it was in the fucking previous two. But it was just garbage. And then then they got Gavin Hood or whatever his name was to come in and do Wolverine. And that guy had no sway at all. So it was literally a studio film. It was absolutely.
They're like, you sit here, you act like a director, but we're really going to tell you what to do.
Yeah,
we want
like
to
Sony
sell
Pictures,
toys.
basically. Yeah, like Sony Pictures. That's how it's run.
I didn't like the way that they had to make Gambit a character from the past because they did make me realize there's no chance he'll ever join the X-Men in the future because he's a yesteryear character, and if he did join the X-Men in the future, he'd be an old man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So. Yeah, so
yeah, I mean, Gambit is like he's a lot old, like in the comic books because he rescued Storm when she was a kid, and he was like I think he was in his 20s when that happened, or teens, or something like that. So
he's older. He
than
just
Storm.
doesn't look it.
Yeah, he just doesn't look it.
I guess some mutants age better than others, you know. So
well, and I mean, you know, he's like robbing the cradle with Rogue because Rogue when she first came in was what 16, 17?
Yeah, something like that.
And then I'm not, but Gambit didn't pursue her until she was an adult. But if you think about it, like Gambit was then probably in his 30s or 40s, well, probably late 30s or something like that at that point. And then he's going after Rogue, who's in her 20s. Like, Jim Lee version, like, wasn't Rogue like in her 20s technically?
Yeah, she was. Yeah.
So
yeah, Gambit's like he was 30 odd, and that,
which isn't terrible.
Well,
as I said,
the less said about fucking Colossus and Shadowcat, the better, because she's fucking only 14 when he fell in love with her.
Yeah,
you
right.
know?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, those Russians, you know how they are.
We like them young. We take them of the young, so we like
take them
pure.
In Russia, children don't, or you don't have
right.
children. Children love you.
I have to go, unfortunately. I need.
Yeah, don't worry, mate. We're finishing up. We're just chatting the bollocks. Yeah. So, all right. Thank you all for joining us on our 1 year special anniversary thing. Oh. It was a show that went off on a million and one fucking tangents, but you know what? All of them good, all of them fun, and I just pulled a clump of skin off of me for some reason.
That's
Very
your 1 year.
flaky.
That skin started forming 1 year ago, and now it's
That's right,
finally-
exactly. And it's finally come off. And on that, thank you to anyone that commented. Thank you to all my co-hosts.
Happy
and
Easter.
we will see you for another one. Enjoy your Easter, mother lovers. Bye.
Bye.